Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, The Forgotten Level, Trapped in an Impossible Garage. I had never seen that level before. The elevator dinged softly behind me as I stepped out and looked around. The concrete walls were a dull gray, with scuffs and stains like they hadn't been cleaned or repainted in years. A faint smell of dampness hung in the air, mixed with the sharp, industrial scent of motor oil and exhaust fumes that always clung to underground garages. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered unevenly, casting brief shadows that jumped at the edges of my vision. I blinked, trying to shake off a creeping sense of unease. I glanced at my phone. No signal. Not surprising, but irritating. I was supposed to meet someone on the 6th floor in 10 minutes, and now I was stuck somewhere that didn't officially exist, with no way to call. I looked back at the elevator doors. They slid shut behind me with a mechanical chime, the only sound in the empty corridor. The security cameras caught my attention next. There were two, mounted in opposite corners near the ceiling, their tiny red lights blinking steadily. I walked over and stared up at one of them, half expecting it to move as I passed beneath it. Instead, the red light stayed fixed, unblinking. Odd. I pressed the call button on the wall beside the elevator, the one with the little speaker meant to connect to security or reception. A quiet beep followed, but then nothing. No voice, no crackle, no response. I pressed it again, slower this time. Still silence. I squinted at the small monitor embedded in the wall nearby. It showed the live feed from the garage's cameras. Or at least it should have. Instead, I saw the same loop footage playing over and over, a black sedan entering the garage, the gate rising, the car parking in the spot just below where I was standing. Then the shot cut away to the empty garage, the flickering lights above, the same shadows shifting in exactly the same way. I watched for nearly a minute, and the loop reset, repeating the same sequence without variation. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled, but I told myself it was just the cold air, the chill settling deep into my bones. I rubbed my palms on my jeans, trying to warm them up. The silence pressed in on me, thick and heavy. Not a single other car moved, not a single voice echoed. The distant hum of the building's ventilation system was the only sound, but even that seemed muted, as if muffled behind layers of concrete and steel. I stepped away from the monitor and moved toward the stairwell door at the far end of the level. It was marked Emergency Exit Authorized Personnel Only. The handle was cold and rough under my fingers, the paint peeling around the edges. I pulled it open cautiously. A stale rush of air escaped, carrying a faint scent of dust and rust and something else, something metallic. I hesitated, then slipped inside. The stairwell was narrow and dim, lit by a single bulb hanging from the ceiling, its filament flickering weakly. The walls were bare concrete, rough to the touch, stained with streaks where water had dripped down over time. The air was cooler here, damp and musty, and it smelled like the basement of an old house, the kind that's been closed up too long. I could hear the faint echo of my footsteps as I descended, each step sounding louder than the last. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. I tried to call the front desk, but the line went straight to voicemail. Odd, since the building was usually buzzing with activity at this time. My mind raced. Maybe the looped footage was some kind of glitch, a technical error. Maybe security was just overwhelmed, or someone had forgotten to log that floor. But why would no one answer the call button or pick up the phone? I reached the 6th floor landing and pressed the button for the elevator. The door slid open, revealing the lobby bustling with people, except it wasn't the lobby I knew. The signs were wrong, the colors faded, the furniture mismatched and worn. It felt like a set for some low-budget film, an imitation of the real thing. I stepped inside, heart thumping, and pressed the button for the ground floor. The elevator started moving, slow and uneven. The lights flickered again, casting strange shadows that danced along the walls. I glanced at the panel. It passed the floors I expected, but then stopped abruptly at 7A. The door slid open, and I was back where I started. I stared out into the empty garage, the same cold concrete, the same flickering lights. The black sedan was gone now. The silence had deepened, wrapping around me like a thick blanket. I pressed the call button again. Nothing. A sudden noise caught my attention, a faint tapping, rhythmic and deliberate, echoing somewhere beyond the far wall. My breath caught and I turned, scanning the shadows. The sound stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I wanted to convince myself I had imagined it, that I was just tired, letting my mind play tricks. But the cold prickling in my neck told me otherwise. I was not alone. Not really. The thought settled in my chest, slow and heavy. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. And I had no idea what it was. A soft creak broke the stillness again, closer this time, right behind me. The creak came again, softer this time, almost like the building itself was sighing. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake off the sudden chill. It was ridiculous. Just an old building settling, maybe a loose pipe or a rat scurrying unseen. I had to remind myself not to let paranoia twist everything into something far worse. Still, the silence felt unnatural. Like it was waiting, listening. I glanced back at the elevator panel. 7A, the button glowed faintly, as if daring me to push it again. But why would I? The floor didn't exist on any official plans. I pulled out my phone, thumbed through the building's blueprint stored in a PDF I downloaded earlier, zooming in on the garage levels. They stopped at 7. No 7A. No weird extra level tucked in between. Nothing. I pressed the call button again. No answer. The security cameras were still looping the same footage on their small monitors, the grainy images cycling through an empty garage bay, a flickering light overhead, a black sedan parked half a dozen spaces away. The same empty scene over and over. At first, I thought maybe the system was down, but this wasn't a glitch. The loop was deliberate. Someone was controlling what I saw. Someone wanted me to see that exact picture, frozen in time. I crouched down to inspect the call panel closer, running my fingers over its cold edges. There was no visible damage, no signs of tampering. But something about it felt wrong. I tapped the speaker. A faint static, then silence. No response. I wanted to check the rest of the garage, see if there was another exit or a stairwell I'd missed. But every door I tried was locked. The metal felt slick and cold under my fingers, and behind them lay only darkness. The building was a maze, but one without clear paths. I took a step forward and heard the tapping again. Sharp and rhythmic. From the far end of the garage this time. My breath caught. The sound was too deliberate to be random. Someone was there. Or had been. I edged toward the sound, boots scraping lightly on the rough concrete. The echo bounced off the walls, a soft percussion against the building's stillness. I squinted into the gloom. No movement. The tapping stopped as I approached a rusted pillar, its paint peeling in flaky white patches. I pressed my ear against it. Nothing but silence. I straightened, feeling the hairs on my arms stand up again. The air shifted, colder now, as if the building was breathing around me. I pulled out my phone and dialed the front desk number again. Ring. 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 Then the line went dead. No message, no beep, just silence. I stared at the screen, thumb hovering over the call button, unsure if I should try again or give up. I walked back to where I'd left my car, hoping to find some clue inside. The black sedan was gone. No trace of its tires in the dust. Just the faint smell of exhaust lingering in the stale air. The scent was sharp, acrid, like burnt oil mixed with something metallic. It made my nose wrinkle. I climbed into the driver's seat and looked around. The dashboard was untouched, the radio silent except for a faint static hum. I scanned the glove compartment, the pockets of the seats. Nothing. No notes, no receipts, no identification. Whoever had been here, if anyone, had left nothing behind. The building's lights flickered again, the buzzing louder now, like a swarm of angry insects trapped just above the ceiling tiles. I reached up instinctively, but the panels were solid. No way to reach the source. I leaned back in my seat and exhaled slowly, tasting the stale, recycled air. My hands trembled, just a little. I told myself it was exhaustion from the day, from the endless meetings and the cramped subway ride. I closed my eyes briefly, trying to center myself. When I opened them, the car's interior was suddenly too small, too confining. The walls of the garage were closing in. I stepped out again, the cold concrete biting through my thin shoes. I decided to search the stairwell. If the elevator was broken, that had to be my only option. The stairwell door was heavy, industrial steel with a small window clouded by dust and grime. I pressed my palm to the glass, peering inside. The fluorescent light above sputtered weakly, casting long shadows down the narrow concrete steps. I pushed the door open with a reluctant shove. The smell hit me first, a mixture of dampness and something sour, like spoiled milk left too long in the heat. The air was thick, suffocating, as if the stairwell hadn't been used in months. My footsteps echoed hollowly as I descended, counting each creak and groan of the building settling beneath me. Halfway down, I noticed something scrawled on the wall in faded black marker. The letters were shaky, uneven, like someone had written them in a hurry or while shaking. It read, "Don't trust the cameras." I blinked, heart kicking up a notch. I ran my fingers over the scrawl, the rough plaster rough beneath my skin. Who had written that? When? And why leave a warning in a place nobody was supposed to go? A noise below made me freeze. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate, moving just out of sight. I held my breath, listening. The steps paused, then retreated slowly, fading into the darkness. I wanted to call out, to ask if anyone was there, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I pulled out my phone again and flicked on the flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating the worn concrete stairs, the peeling paint, and the faint outlines of rust stains spreading like veins along the walls. The air was colder here, damp seeping through the cracks. I shivered, the light trembling in my hand. At the bottom, the stairwell opened onto a narrow corridor. The walls were lined with pipes and cables, some sparking faintly, others silent and dead. The hallway stretched out in both directions, disappearing into shadows that seemed to swallow the light whole. I stepped forward, the beam sweeping left and right. The silence pressed down, thick and heavy. Then I saw it, a door at the far end, slightly ajar. A sliver of pale light spilled into the corridor, cutting a sharp line against the dark concrete. I moved toward it slowly, every nerve alert. The building scent was stronger here, a mix of damp earth and something chemical, like paint thinner or cleaning solvent. My mouth went dry. I reached the door and pushed it open cautiously. Inside was a small office, cluttered and dusty. Papers were scattered across a battered desk, some yellowed with age. A computer sat in the corner, its screen cracked and dark. But what caught my attention was the corkboard on the wall. Tacked up with uneven thumbtacks were photographs, maps, and notes, some typed, some handwritten. A note pinned beneath it read, "Subject last seen 11:47 p.m. No contact since." I swallowed hard. The time was just minutes ago. The door behind me creaked again. I spun around, heart hammering, but the hallway was empty, the pale light flickering weakly. I wasn't alone down here. Not by a long shot. Footsteps echoed again, closer this time. Slow. Measured. Deliberate. I didn't wait to find out who or what was coming. I grabbed the closest folder from the desk and stuffed it under my arm. My breath came in short bursts as I backed toward the door. Outside, the flickering fluorescent bulbs buzzed louder, casting long, twitching shadows. The tapping resumed, louder now, as if marking time. I forced the door open and dashed back up the stairs, every step pounding in my ears. The air grew warmer as I climbed, the dampness fading, but the feeling didn't. The corkboard was a jigsaw puzzle of half-burned clues and shattered certainties. I crouched down, fixing my eyes on a photograph pinned crookedly near the center. It was grainy, like those old black and white snapshots you find buried in attics, except this one wasn't old. The date scribbled in the corner was barely a month ago. It showed the lobby of the building, empty except for a figure standing near the elevator banks. The person's face was obscured, but something about the stance, tense, watchful, made my chest tighten. I glanced up at the notes. A jumble of scribbles, names, times, and some kind of schedule that didn't match anything I'd seen in the building's official plans or emails. There was a list titled Movements with Item and Times, almost like a map for someone trying to avoid cameras or guards. But I'd already caught the looped footage, the cameras recycling the same 5 minutes on repeat. If someone was moving around, they weren't on camera. Or the cameras weren't working the way they were supposed to. I ran my fingers over the corkboard's edges, feeling the rough cork beneath my skin. My hands trembled. I didn't want to admit it, but I was in deeper than I thought. The strange level, the endless hallway, the locked doors that weren't supposed to be there, it wasn't an accident or an error. Someone had built this place with secrets layered beneath the blueprints, behind the security feeds. I stood and moved to the battered desk, brushing dust off a stack of papers. One caught my eye, a printout of a maintenance log. The dates were recent, but the handwriting was faint and hurried, almost illegible in spots. It mentioned unauthorized access and irregular activity, but offered no explanations. Instead, the last entry was a scrawled warning: do not trust the system. They watched differently here. The ink had bled slightly from moisture, but the message was clear enough. My throat tightened. Who was they? And what did watch differently mean in a place where the cameras already looped the same 5 minutes? I tried the call button again. Still no answer. The silence beyond the speaker was thick, oppressive, as if the building itself was holding its breath, waiting. I pressed it a third time, harder. Nothing. The sudden buzz of the flickering overhead light made me jump. I looked up, the bulb sputtering like a dying heartbeat. The hum of the air conditioning had slowed to a sluggish drone, then cut out entirely. For a moment, I thought the whole building had gone dark, but the pale light from the ajar door still seeped into the hallway. I swallowed hard, feeling the dryness in my mouth spread like a wildfire. I could turn back, run down the stairs, get out, and maybe call the police or someone who believed the story. But then I glanced again at the photos. At the maps. At the notes. This wasn't random. It was planned. And I was right in the center of it, whether I liked it or not. The door creaked open a little wider, the hinges groaning like a low warning. I peered inside the room again, this time noticing the faint smell of burnt plastic, something acrid and sharp that tickled the back of my nose. It was a scent I recognized from old electronics circuit boards fried by surges or shorts. The computer on the desk was cracked, but the keyboard looked like it had been used recently. There was a half-drunk cup of coffee, the liquid cold and bitter. I could almost taste it in my mouth. My eyes flicked back to the hallway. The shadows seemed to shift, even though the light was steady. No breeze. No movement. Just the faintest scrape of something sliding against concrete far down the corridor. I froze. Maybe it's just the building settling. I told myself that, but my skin prickled. There was a presence here. Not supernatural, no, this was something human. Calculated. Watching. I stepped back from the desk and started exploring the room more carefully. There was a filing cabinet shoved against one wall, locked tight. I rattled it, but it wouldn't budge. The sound echoed sharply in the small space. Then I noticed a floor vent near the door, grill slightly loose, with a thin cable disappearing inside the wall. I knelt and ran my fingers over it. The cable was warm. Someone had been here recently. The thought slammed into me like a cold wave. I wasn't alone. Not really. I glanced at the corkboard once more, my eyes catching a detail I hadn't seen before. Among the papers, a small photo was tucked behind a map, just a corner showing a man's face, pale and gaunt, eyes staring straight out with something I couldn't place. Fear? Determination? Maybe both. The name below was crossed out crudely in red ink. I was shaking now, but I forced myself to breathe. I had to figure this out. I had to know what was happening before I lost any chance to get out. The hallway outside the room stretched endlessly, but I noticed something new, a faint light flickering near the far end, like a neon sign struggling to catch life. I hadn't seen it before. My heart jumped. I hadn't explored this corridor yet. Part of me wanted to bolt back to the elevator, to the level I knew, but that voice inside, curious, stubborn, maybe reckless, pushed me forward. I stepped out, the floor cold beneath my feet, and moved toward the glow. The air was colder here, carrying a faint metallic tang. I passed a series of numbered doors, none of which matched the building's official layout. All were closed, some with peeling labels, others blank. One door had a sign taped awkwardly over the metal, authorized personnel only. I pressed my ear to it. Nothing but silence. No movement. No voices. Then, a whisper of sound, a faint shuffle, as if someone had stepped away seconds before. I circled the door, looking for another way in. Shadows stretched long across the cracked floor, swallowing the faint glow of my trembling lantern. I froze, every muscle tight. The sound didn't come closer, but it didn't fade either. It was as if the building itself was breathing, listening, watching. I swallowed hard and looked around for anything I could use to defend myself. Nothing but brittle dust and broken tiles. No phone signal either, my screen showed nothing but no service. I tried the call button once more, hoping for some sign of life, but the speaker crackled and went dead. Panic teased the edges of my mind. The looped security cameras, the missing floor on the plans, the locked doors, the strange notes, it was all connected. And the people behind it weren't just hiding. They were waiting. When the footsteps started again, this time closer, I realized I'd crossed a line. There was no turning back. Not now. Not ever. I took a deep breath, the air tasting sharp and cold, and pressed my back against the wall. Whatever was coming, I had to face it. Because the building didn't want me to leave. I pressed my ear against the cold metal of the authorized personnel-only door, heart hammering so loudly I was sure whoever or whatever was inside could hear it. But there was only silence. Nothing but the faintest draft slipping beneath the edges, carrying with it that sharp metallic tang that had been hanging in the air since I stepped onto this strange floor. I circled the door slowly, fingertips trailing over the rough, peeling tape of the sign, trying to find a handle or a crack. The door didn't budge. Not locked, but definitely not meant to be opened by someone like me. I stepped back, the floor beneath my feet suddenly feeling slick with something. I looked down and saw a dark smear on the tiles. It wasn't fresh, but it wasn't old either. Something dry but sticky, the kind of thing that sets your teeth on edge when you think about what it might be. The flickering light at the far end of the hallway caught my eye again, a weak neon glow that buzzed with a low, uneven hum. I swallowed hard. The hallway stretched out behind me, empty except for the constant whisper of the building's ventilation system, metal pipes groaning softly, the distant clatter of something shifting in the walls, maybe rats. Or worse. I glanced at my phone. No signal. Great. Just great. I wasn't sure which was worse, the silence or that loop security footage I'd seen earlier. The camera showing the same empty elevator doors, the same hallway, over and over like some cruel joke. Like someone was watching me, but didn't want me to know it. I pressed the call button again, the one that should have summoned help or at least a voice on the other end. Nothing. No buzz, no click, no crackle. Just silence. My skin prickled. I could almost feel eyes on me, but when I turned, there was no one. Just the endless corridor, the flickering light, the peeling paint. A noise caught my attention, a low shuffle, like someone dragging their feet just beyond the flickering neon. I froze. The sound stopped abruptly. I held my breath, every muscle tensed. Then it came again, closer this time, slower, deliberate. A footstep. Then another. No! I wasn't imagining it. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and edged toward the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, every step careful, slow, deliberate. I wanted to see who or what was out there. The corridor seemed to narrow as I moved forward, the walls closing in like the building itself was breathing down my neck. The smell grew stronger, iron, sweat, something sour and bitter like old blood. My stomach twisted. I tried to swallow it down, but the taste of it lingered like copper on my tongue. The flickering neon sign buzzed above a door I hadn't noticed before, its paint chipped and rusted. The sign read exit, but the door was chained shut. Not with a lock or a standard chain, this was a heavy, industrial chain, the kind you find on a construction site or a storage warehouse. I put my hand on the chain, cold and unyielding, and tugged gently. It didn't budge. Behind me, the footsteps came again, this time accompanied by a faint breathing. Slow. Controlled. Calm, almost. Except it wasn't calm. Not for me. I spun around. The hallway was empty. I took a step back. Then another. The footsteps echoed somewhere behind the flickering light, but no one appeared. My pulse was racing so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. Who's there? My voice was barely a whisper, cracked and dry. No answer. Just the hum of the neon and the distant clatter somewhere deep in the building. I moved back toward the door, the one I had come through, but the hallway stretched out, unfamiliar now. Doors I hadn't seen before lined the walls, their labels worn and unreadable. I tried the call button again. Nothing. Panic mounted, crawling up my spine like icy fingers. I scanned the floor for anything I could use, anything to help me pry the chain door open or at least slow whoever was out there down. There was a loose piece of metal trim near the baseboard, jagged and sharp. I grabbed it, the edges biting into my palm through my glove. The footsteps came again. Closer. The breathing too. I pressed myself against the wall, heart pounding, and waited. Then, a voice. Low, calm, almost playful. You shouldn't be here. The words cut through the silence like an item, even if there was no item in sight. I swallowed hard, the metal trim clenched so tight my fingers ached. Who are you? I managed. My voice sounded small, even to me. No answer at first. Then a slow, deliberate laugh, dry and cold. Curious, the voice said. I like that. The footsteps stopped just out of sight, around the corner where the flickering neon didn't reach. I strained to see, but the shadows swallowed the figure whole. I don't want trouble, I said. I just want to get out. Silence. Then the voice, softer, almost coaxing. Out. You don't want out. Not yet. I shook my head, backing up slowly, trying to keep my eyes on the dark corner. Let me go, I said. My voice was steadier now. I'll forget this place even exists. A pause. Forget. That's the problem. You can't. The lights flickered violently, plunging the hallway into darkness for a heartbeat before the neon sputtered back to life. In that split second, I saw a glimpse of something too quick to be sure, something pale, maybe a face or a mask. Then gone. I swallowed the lump in my throat and kept moving back toward the chain door. The metal trim felt heavier in my hand. The voice followed me, smooth, patient. Why do you run? You have nowhere else to go. I stopped, swallowing thick. I have a life. People who care about me. I didn't expect the emergency stairwell to be the last thing I'd see before the daylight finally hit me. It was a narrow, twisting metal cage painted so many shades of peeling gray that it looked like it hadn't been tended to since the building was first built. I gripped the cold railing, sweat slipping down my back despite the chill that had settled deep in my bones. The fluorescent bulbs flickered overhead, stuttering with a slow, painful rhythm that felt like the building itself was gasping for breath. No one answered the call button on that ghostly level. No security guard, no janitor, no receptionist, no voice. Just silence. Complete silence. It was the kind of silence that presses in, thick and suffocating, until you start hearing things that aren't there. Footsteps. Whispers. A breath behind you. I kept pressing the button, my fingers trembling, but the only sound was the faint mechanical click of the panel resetting. I knew the cameras were looping. I had watched the same moment a janitor pushing a broom past a potted plant replay for what felt like hours. The image was grainy, the light in the hallway a dull, flickering yellow, but it was the same second, over and over. No one ever looked up. No one ever moved toward the camera. No one came to my help. I paced the floor in a daze, the smell of damp drywall and old carpet chips filling my nostrils. There was a faint, sour tang in the air, like spoiled milk mixed with the sharp metallic scent of cleaning chemicals. The building, which I had thought was a familiar place, a safe zone, had transformed into a trap. Somewhere between the blueprints and reality, a floor had been added that no one admitted existed. I rubbed the back of my neck and tried to think. How had I missed it? How had no one else noticed? It made no sense. My phone was dead, the battery drained from hours of trying to get a signal. The faint hum of the air conditioning system was the only thing breaking the silence, but even that sounded strained, like the machine was tired too. I tried the elevator. It was dead too. The buttons lit up as if still working, but pressing them didn't call the cab. The door stayed shut, cold and unyielding. No matter how many times I hit the button, The elevator refused to come. It was as if the building itself was closing in, pulling me further away from any chance of rescue. I sat on the floor, knees drawn up, and let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. My hands trembled, fingers curling around each other like I was trying to hold myself together. I thought about the people who built this place, who maintained it. Were they aware of this floor? Did they know it was a dead zone, a place forgotten even by the blueprints? The thought chilled me more than anything else. Because if they weren't aware, what else had slipped through the cracks? If this place could hide a whole floor, what else was lurking just out of sight? Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. Time lost meaning. Every sound was amplified, a distant hum, a soft tapping against the wall that could have been anything or nothing. My mouth was dry, the taste of stale coffee lingering stubbornly on my tongue. I pressed my back against the rough concrete wall and closed my eyes, trying to gather whatever strength I had left. Then, a noise. Not mechanical, not the building settling. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Somewhere above me. I froze, every muscle taut, listening. The footsteps didn't echo down the stairwell. They were close, just beyond the ceiling panels, muffled but unmistakable. I called out, voice cracking, "Hello? Is someone there?" No answer. Just the slow, steady steps moving away. I stood and pressed my ear to the ceiling, heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would betray my presence. The footsteps paused, then resumed, growing fainter as they receded. I swallowed hard. Part of me wanted to follow, to find whoever was there. Another part screamed to run, to get out before whoever it was decided to come back. But where was out? The elevator wouldn't work. The stairwell only led to more unknown floors that might not exist on any map. Then I remembered the lobby. I'd come in through a side entrance on the ground floor. If I could just get back there, maybe I could find someone. A security guard, a receptionist, even a janitor. Someone. I took a deep breath, steadying my legs, and began to climb down. The metal stairs groaned beneath my weight, the sound sharp and intrusive in the quiet. My fingers scraped against the railing, rough and cold, grounding me in the moment. At the third floor, I paused, catching my breath. The walls here were cleaner, less scarred by time and neglect. The lights didn't flicker as much. I pressed the call button again, desperate. No answer. I moved on. The second floor smelled like fresh paint, the scent oddly comforting but unsettling given the context. I ran my hand over a freshly painted wall, the texture smooth beneath my fingertips. Finally, the first floor. The lobby. I pushed the doors open slowly. The glass was smudged but intact. The automatic doors that should have slid open with a soft hiss stayed stubbornly closed. I pressed the sensor again and again. Nothing. My palms were sweating now, slick against the cold metal frame. Then I heard voices. Far away, but unmistakable. Human. I stepped back, hesitated, then moved toward the sound. It was coming from the side corridor near the loading docks. I scanned the area, heart racing. There, in the dim light, two figures stood talking, their backs to me. "Hey!" I called out, voice louder than I intended. They turned, startled. One was a woman, maybe in her early 30s. The other was a man, taller, with a heavy build. They looked like maintenance workers, the kind who might know the building inside and out. "Can you help me?" I asked, stepping forward. "I'm stuck on a floor that doesn't exist in the plans." The man exchanged a glance with the woman, then nodded slowly. "You're not the first," he said, voice low, almost wary. "That floor's a headache." Unofficial. part of some old expansion they never registered. I blinked. Why? Why keep it secret? The woman shrugged. Not sure. Paperwork got lost, I guess. No one wanted to admit it. It's easier to pretend it's not there. I shook my head. But the cameras. He cut me off. They looped the footage to hide the floor, so no one notices. It's a mess. I laughed bitterly, the sound hollow in the empty lobby. A mess that nearly trapped me. The woman smiled faintly. Story 2, The Passenger Ahead, Prophecy on the Highway. I was never much for long drives. I remember thinking how soon it would be dark. The sun was slipping behind the hills, and the temperature was dropping faster than I expected. My hands rested lightly on the steering wheel, the leather worn smooth from years of use. I was headed home from a meeting in a town an hour north, the kind of town where nothing much ever happened. Which was exactly what I wanted. Peace. Normalcy. The highway was empty except for the occasional truck rumbling in the opposite direction and the occasional car like mine, too tired or restless to stay put. I glanced at the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of the long stretch behind me. It was quiet. So quiet I could hear the soft thud of my heartbeat in my ears. That's when I saw him. He was standing just past a bend, thumb out, backlit by the fading golden light. His clothes were simple jeans, a faded jacket that looked like it had been through a few seasons, and a cap pulled low over his eyes. He didn't wave or smile. Just stood there, still as a statue. I slowed down without really deciding to. The car's tires whispered against the pavement as I pulled over onto the shoulder. The gravel crunched under my wheels. The air smelled sharper here, colder with the coming night and the scent of damp earth. He climbed in without hesitation, sliding across the seat with a quiet ease that made me stiffen. His eyes, dark and steady, didn't flicker around the interior like most strangers would. Instead, he stared straight ahead, as if he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Thanks, he said, voice low and flat. No accent I could place. I'm heading north. I nodded, fingers tightening on the wheel. You're lucky I stopped. No response. Just the sound of the heater kicking in, the low drone of the engine, and the occasional rattle of loose things in the glove compartment. After a few minutes, he spoke again, almost matter of fact. There's an accident up ahead. I glanced at him, eyebrows raised. How far? About 5 miles. A truck jackknifed near the exit ramp. Traffic will slow to a crawl. I laughed, a little short. You know this because, he said, voice calm as a still lake, I've seen it happen before. I wanted to say that sounded crazy, but instead I just nodded. I'd been on this stretch of road enough to know accidents weren't uncommon. Maybe he'd driven it before, maybe he had a radio scanner or something. 20 minutes later, the highway ahead was a mess. Brake lights flashing in a long, tangled line. The air smelled of burnt rubber and gasoline, faint but unmistakable. I pulled over behind a cluster of cars, all crawling at a snail's pace. The man beside me watched the scene with an unreadable expression, lips pressed together. You weren't kidding, I said. How did you know? He shrugged, like it was nothing. Patterns. People don't change much. Neither do accidents. That should have been enough to send me back to the safety of my empty car, but something about him unsettled me. The way he didn't seem surprised. The way his calm didn't waver, even when the drivers around us started honking and shouting. His eyes never left the road. Then he looked at me, and for a moment the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows caught in his eyes something cold, precise, almost calculating. I'm watching, he said. Not to help. To see how you react. His words hung in the air, heavy and strange. I blinked, trying to shake the feeling that this was less about a warning and more about some kind of test. The traffic finally began to move again, slow but steady. I glanced over, but he was already looking back out the window, expression unreadable. The sun dipped lower, the sky bruising purple and gray. I tried to focus on the road, on the soft hum of my tires, on the familiar rhythm of the drive. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Not just by him, but by the road itself, as if it was waiting for something to happen, something I wasn't ready for. The highway stretched on ahead, darkening with each mile. And somewhere, just out of sight, the next disaster was waiting. The headlights carved thin beams through the gathering dusk, cutting swaths of light that barely pushed back the encroaching shadow. My hands tightened around the wheel, knuckles paled beneath the leather. Every mile felt heavier, as if the air itself was thickening, pressing in from all sides. The radio crackled softly, a distant station playing a melancholy tune that matched the somber mood settled deep inside me. Ahead, a flicker caught my eye, a brief shimmer at the edge of the lane, like a ghost drifting just outside the beam. My heart stuttered. I blinked, and it was gone. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, or the way the trees swayed, casting restless shapes on the pavement. But the feeling persisted, that intangible weight of unseen eyes tracking my progress. I glanced at him again, still silent, his profile sharp against the fading light. His jaw was clenched, every muscle taut, as if bracing for impact. I didn't know what he was thinking, but I felt sure it mirrored the storm inside me, tense, restless, on the edge of something breaking. The road curved sharply, and I eased off the accelerator, tires humming in protest against the asphalt. There was a strange calm in that moment, the way the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, a sudden movement, a shadow darting across the lane, too quick to be a deer, too deliberate to be anything natural. Instinct took over. I slammed the brakes, the car skidding as the weight shifted forward. The tires screeched, biting into the pavement, sending a cloud of dust swirling around the rearview mirror. Time stretched thin, stretched taut, and for one heart-stopping second, I thought we were done for. But the vehicle steadied, the shadow vanished, and the night closed in once more. I exhaled slowly, the tension draining from my body in shaky waves. Yet, somewhere deep down, the certainty remained, whatever was out there, waiting in the darkness, it wasn't finished with us yet. The dashboard clock glowed 2:17 a.m., the numbers sharp and unyielding in the dark. The hitchhiker sat beside me, calm as ever. His eyes, dark and unreadable, never left the windshield. "You're tense," he said quietly, voice steady like a metronome. I swallowed hard. You just predicted that shadow thing. What was it? Some kind of trap? He shrugged, lips barely twitching. Not a trap. Observation. Testing. The word felt like a cold finger tracing down my spine. I wanted to ask what exactly he was testing, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, I glanced at the little notebook in his lap. It was open to a page filled with neat columns of times, places, and cryptic notes. The handwriting was precise, almost clinical. "Every single accident you told me about," I said, voice low. "You were there, or nearby, right?" His nod was slow. Close enough. I caught a hint of something else in his gaze, something not quite human, not fear or urgency, but an eerie detachment. Like he was watching a science experiment unfold. "Why me?" I blurted out. "Why track how I react? What do you want?" He looked over, eyes narrowing a fraction. "Your reactions are data. Human response is very predictable, but with subtle differences. It's not you specifically. It's the pattern. Patterns. I chewed on that word, tasting bitterness. Was I just another subject in some cruel game? The thought made my stomach twist. The radio crackled suddenly, breaking the silence. A weather alert flashed across the screen. Severe thunderstorms expected along Highway 87. Drivers advised to exercise caution. The hitchhiker didn't flinch. I felt a shiver, the chill not from the cold night air leaking through the cracked window. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a worn map, edges curled and smeared with dirt. "This stretch," he said, tapping a spot about 20 miles ahead, "is where the next incident will happen." I turned to look at him. "How do you know that?" "What kind of accident?" He traced the line with one finger. "Not your concern. But if you want to avoid it, you'll have to drive carefully. Or not at all." "Great advice," I muttered, voice laced with sarcasm. "But I'm on the clock. I can't just stop." He smiled briefly, a hint of something that felt like pity. "Most people can't. That's why they get caught." I swallowed again, the dryness in my throat suddenly unbearable. The air inside the car felt heavier, like the space was shrinking around me. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the side mirror with a harsh, repetitive clatter. A dog barked somewhere off in the distance, sharp and urgent. The hitchhiker's gaze flicked toward the sound, but he said nothing. I found myself watching him more closely, noticing details I'd missed before, the faint tremor in his fingers, the way his breath was steady but shallow. The road ahead twisted through dark woods, trees casting long, skeletal shadows. I kept glancing at the speedometer, trying to keep my nerves in check. My hands trembled slightly, which was ridiculous, considering I'd driven this highway dozens of times before. "Tell me something," I said, voice low. "You said you're tracking how I react. So what happens if I don't react the way you expect?" He looked at me, eyes narrowing again. "Then the data shifts. Patterns break. New variables. That's interesting." Interesting. The words sounded like a warning. Or maybe a challenge. The rain started lightly, tapping on the windshield with soft, uneven rhythms. I flicked the wipers on, the blades swiping back and forth, breaking the darkness into fleeting glimpses of the road. Ahead, a curve loomed. I slowed down, muscles tight. "You've been on this road before at night, haven't you?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice cracked. He nodded. "More times than I can count. Every accident, every near miss, I've been there." I swallowed hard. "Why haven't you stopped them? Warned people before?" His smile was thin, almost sad. "Because warning implies intervention. I'm here to observe. To learn. To see how people handle the inevitable." The phrase stuck in my mind. The inevitable. It sounded so final, so absolute. The wipers thudded against the glass, rain growing harder now, the road slick and glistening. I glanced at the speedometer again, 45 miles per hour. Too fast. Too slow? I wasn't sure anymore. Suddenly, headlights appeared in the rearview mirror, bright and blinding. A car was coming up fast behind me, riding my tail like it wanted to push me off the road. I eyed the lane on the left empty. "Move over," the hitchhiker said calmly. I hesitated, heart hammering. The other car flashed its lights, impatient, aggressive. I eased the wheel to the right shoulder, rain spraying up in sheets. The other car roared past, disappearing into the night. I exhaled shakily. That was close. He nodded. Drivers get reckless when they know something's coming. They don't like being trapped. Trapped. The word echoed again. I looked at him. Trapped how? He didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out another folded paper, unfolded it carefully. It was a printout of a news article, dated just yesterday. Headlined, Chain Reaction Crash Closes Highway 87 for Hours. I scanned the article. It described a multi-car pileup, caused by sudden heavy rain and poor visibility. 3 people injured, dozens delayed. He tapped the headline with a finger. I was near that scene. Watched how people reacted. Some panicked. Others froze. It's all data. I looked up. You're telling me you're some kind of driver profiler? He shook his head. No. Observer. Predictor. The rain intensified. Water streaked down the windshield in erratic rivers. The road curved sharply again, and I slowed. The car's tires hissed against wet pavement. Something about the night felt like a weight pressing down on me, squeezing the breath out of the air. I glanced at the hitchhiker. His face was calm, almost bored. But I caught a flicker, something like anticipation. What happens if I don't make it? I asked quietly, more to myself than him. He looked over, expression unreadable. You'll react. And I'll record it. I swallowed hard, the taste of metal sharp on my tongue. The storm was coming, that much was clear. And I was no longer sure if I was a driver or a test subject. Ahead, the headlights of another car cut through the rain. The driver's face was obscured by shadows, but the shape of the vehicle was unmistakable, an old delivery van, its paint peeling, headlights dim but steady. As it approached the curve, the van swerved suddenly, tires skidding on the slick road. My breath caught. The hitchhiker's eyes locked on the scene, calm as ever. Brace yourself, he said softly. The van fishtailed, spinning toward the guardrail. I slammed the brakes again, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. The tires screamed. The smell of burning rubber filled the car. The van stopped just inches from the barrier. The driver's side door creaked open, but no one got out. Instead, the van's engine stuttered, then died. I sat frozen, pulse racing, rain pelting the roof like a drumbeat. The hitchhiker turned to me, eyes dark and serious. You're ready now. This is only the beginning. The storm wasn't just outside. It was inside me, gathering force, waiting to break. The van fishtailed around the curve, a slick spray of rain throwing itself against my windshield. I didn't move. My hands clenched the wheel, knuckles white enough to make my fingers ache. The hitchhiker's eyes were locked on the crashing scene ahead, calm like he was watching a tennis match, not a disaster. Then the van slid off the road, slamming into the guardrail with a sickening crunch. Metal groaned, glass shattered somewhere behind that rough bark of trees. The smell of wet earth and burnt rubber hit me through the cracked window even before I realized the engine had stalled. I swallowed hard. Did I just? Could I have done something? He shrugged, but the hint of a smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. You didn't react the way I expected. I blinked. Expected? What exactly are you tracking? He shifted in his seat, the faint scent of old tobacco curling up from his collar. Not the accidents themselves. Your reactions. The choices you make when faced with the inevitable. Choices. That word echoed inside me, hollow and urgent. I thought he was warning me, maybe trying to help. But no. He was running some kind of experiment, testing my limits. And the worst part? He wasn't planning to stop. The rain hammered the roof with a relentless rhythm. The dashboard clock blinked 2:13 a.m., and the highway was empty except for the occasional distant glow of brake lights or a far-off horn. I glanced sideways. His face was still unreadable, like an actor waiting for his cue. "What is this? Some sick game?" My voice came out rough, cracking under the weight of disbelief. "No game," he said softly. "A study. You're the subject." I jerked the wheel left, pulling the car off the road onto the gravel shoulder. The tires sank slightly, gravel crunching beneath them. Outside, the rain didn't let up, cold and unyielding. I opened the door. The cold air rushing in felt like a shock to my system, sharp and clean. The smell of wet pine and damp asphalt filled my lungs. I stepped out, hands shoved deep in my jacket pockets. The night was too dark, the trees close enough to swallow sound. The van sat crumpled, a twisted sculpture against the guardrail. No sign of movement inside, just eerie silence. A distant dog barked, sharp and solitary, breaking the stillness. I turned back toward the car. Why me? Why pick me up on this road? He followed me out, slow, deliberate, not a hint of urgency in his movements. Because you're unpredictable. Most people freeze or panic. You don't. I frowned. Unpredictable? I've just been trying to survive. He smiled again, now it was clearer, colder, like a trap snapping shut. Exactly. You survive, but how? That's what matters. How you hold yourself when the pressure's on. The rain slid down the brim of my hat, dripping into my collar. The cold seeped through my gloves, my bones. I looked at him, at the stranger whose quiet presence filled the space behind me like a shadow I couldn't shake. If you're tracking me, I said, voice low, then what happens when the next disaster comes? The one you hinted at earlier? He studied me for a long moment. Then we see what you do next. No more warnings. No more chances. A shiver ran down my spine, not from the cold, but from the finality in his words. This wasn't just a ride down a stormy highway. This was a point of no return. I climbed back into the driver's seat, the leather cold against my skin. The engine coughed to life, and the windshield wipers scraped what misery away, revealing the dark road ahead. I glanced at the hitchhiker. His eyes held something I couldn't name, detachment, or maybe satisfaction. You're not going to get out of this, he said quietly. You're in it now. The weight of that settled over me like a curtain, thick and suffocating. I tried the radio, static and broken voices crackling through the speakers. No signal. The highway was a ribbon of isolation, slick and endless. As I drove on, the night seemed to close in tighter. Every shadow, every sound, was amplified, a rustle in the trees, the steady drip of water from the rearview mirror, the distant hum of a truck's engine grinding up the incline behind us. I couldn't tell if my hands trembled from the cold or something deeper, a primal unease clawing at my insides. Then the hitchhiker spoke again, voice calm but insistent. You can't turn back. The exits you passed, they're closed. Roadworks. Flooding. There's no way off this stretch now. I slammed a fist against the steering wheel. Why didn't you tell me? He shook his head. Because it's not about you knowing. It's about how you find out. How you react when you realize you're trapped. I stared out at the black road, the rain blurring the world into streaks of gray and silver. There was no turning back. No easy escape. The storm rolled in faster now, wind lashing against the car like invisible fingers. The radio crackled again, a voice breaking through the static, urgent, panic warning of a landslide ahead. My throat tightened. I glanced at him. No fear. Just that same cold focus. The road twisted sharply, the headlights cutting through sheets of rain. My heart hammered as the first rocks began to fall, bouncing off the asphalt in heavy, irregular beats. I slammed on the brakes, tires skidding, the car fishtailing dangerously close to the shoulder. He reached over, steadying the wheel just enough to keep us on the road. "See? This is it. Your moment." I gritted my teeth, fighting the urge to panic. There was no time to think. Only react. Only survive. The rocks kept falling, faster now, a relentless barrage. The windshield cracked along one edge with a sharp pop. The rain turned to hail, stinging my face through the open window. And then, just as suddenly, the avalanche of stones stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I exhaled, hands trembling on the wheel. The hitchhiker's eyes met mine, no judgment, only observation. "Not bad," he said quietly. "Not bad at all." But I knew better. This was just the beginning. The road ahead was darker than any night I'd ever driven through, and there was no turning back now. The night air pressed heavy against the cracked window, carrying whispers from places better left forgotten. I was a passenger in a game I didn't understand, with a driver who didn't care if I lived or died, only how I reacted when the world fell apart around me. The silence after the hailstorm wasn't relief. It was a trap. The rain had stopped, or maybe it just paused, but the air, cold and heavy with silence, stayed thick and heavy, like the world was holding its breath. My hand shook on the wheel, knuckles white, the cracked windshield spiderwebbing under the faint glow of the dashboard lights. The hitchhiker's eyes were fixed on me, calm as a surgeon, cold as ice. "Not bad," he'd said. "Not bad?" I wanted to punch the dash. "Not bad?" My pulse was still banging like a jackhammer, my skin slick with sweat and rain, and he said "not bad" as if I'd just passed some test. His calm was worse than the storm. We sat there, car idling on the side of a slick mountain road, the dark forest pressing in close, the only sounds the drip of water from the trees and the distant rumble of a restless sky. I didn't dare look away from the road, didn't want to catch his eyes again. But I could feel them, sharp, measuring me. "Your moment," he said once more, voice low, deliberate. "You did fine. But that was just practice." I swallowed hard. "Practice? What the hell do you mean? What are you?" He cut me off with a small smile, one corner of his mouth twitching like he was amused by my confusion. "I'm not warning you to save yourself. I'm watching how you break, how you hold together. You'll see soon enough." My throat tightened. "Why me? Why pick me up in the first place?" He shrugged lightly, eyes narrowing. "Because you're the one who shows up for the ride. The one who keeps going when others don't." It's interesting. I wanted to ask what that meant. But the road ahead was dark, and the air smelled sharp now, like ozone and wet earth, as if a storm was waiting to break again. The car's heater coughed out a weak warmth, but it wasn't enough to push back the chill crawling up my spine. I glanced at the dash clock. Midnight. Perfect time for everything to go wrong. Where exactly are we? I asked, voice brittle. He looked out the window. Not far from the next checkpoint. The place where things get messy. I clenched my jaw, fingers twitching. Messy how? His gaze flicked back to me, eyes impossibly calm. You'll find out. The seconds stretched. Then, without warning, the lights along the highway flickered and died. Darkness rushed in like a tide, swallowing the road and the car whole. The engine sputtered once, twice, and then cut out. The tires locked, and the car coasted to a stop in the middle of the lane. My breath caught. I fumbled for the keys, twisting them again and again, but the dashboard stayed dead, the silence growing heavier. He said nothing, just watched. I leaned back, pressing my forehead against the cool steering wheel. The street lamps were out. No headlights in the distance. No sound except the steady drip of water from the trees and a faint rustle, something moving outside. The temperature dropped. My breath made small clouds against the glass. The knot in my stomach tightened until it was a fist. "Great," I muttered, trying to keep my voice steady. "Car's dead, night's dark, and we're stuck on a mountain road with no cell signal." He shifted, voice still soft. "You always expect the worst, don't you?" I didn't answer. I wasn't sure if that was a question or a statement. The rustling grew louder, closer. I caught a faint scent, something earthy, damp, and metallic, like what leaves crushed beneath boots. My eyes darted to the rearview mirror. Movement. Just beyond the tree line, shapes shifting in the shadows. I locked the doors, fumbling with the buttons. The hitchhiker watched me, expression unreadable. "Why aren't you scared?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "You know what's coming. You predicted it." He smiled again, slow and thin. "Because I don't have to survive it." "You do." The rustling stopped, then a light tap on the car's roof. Soft. Intentional. I jumped, heart thudding so loud I thought it might burst. My breath hitched. The hitchhiker reached over, calm as the grave, and placed a hand on my knee. "Stay calm," he said, voice low, almost soothing. "It's part of the test." I wanted to scream, to demand answers, to throw him out of the car and drive until I couldn't see the road anymore. But I was frozen, trapped between terror and disbelief. The tapping came again, heavier this time. Like fingers drumming, waiting. I flicked on the interior light. The sudden brightness made the outside world recede, but it also gave away every detail inside the car. The hitchhiker didn't flinch. "Who's out there?" I whispered, scanning the dark. No answer. Just the soft patter on the roof. Then, the door handle on the passenger side rattled. My pulse slammed. I grabbed the door lock switch, pressing it down hard. The handle stopped moving. The hitchhiker tilted his head, watching me with that same eerie calm. "They want in. You'll have to decide." "Decide what?" I swallowed thickly, my skin prickling. The window fogged from my breath, and the cold pressed against the glass like invisible fingers. Then a voice, rough and low, cracked through the night air just outside the driver's side window. "Hey, man, we just want to talk." I froze. The hitchhiker's hand was still on my knee, steadying me or holding me back, I couldn't tell. "Who?" I asked, voice shaking. The voice laughed softly. "Friends. Just friends." I looked at my passenger. His eyes were sharp, almost amused. "Do you want me to open the door?" he asked quietly. "No," I said immediately. "No way." The banging on the roof started again, louder now, urgent. I glanced around, no other cars, no lights, just the dark forest and the dripping rain. The voice spoke again, closer to the window. "You don't want to do this. Open up." My hand hovered over the door lock. Every instinct screamed to bolt, but the hitchhiker's gaze pinned me like a rod through the chest. "Open it," he said softly. I shook my head. "No." He leaned closer, voice low and steady. "It's not about what you want. It's about what you do when the pressure's on. When you're cornered." The banging grew fiercer, But then something shifted. The voice changed, colder, edged with menace. "Open the door, or we'll find another way in." I swallowed again, mouth dry. The hitchhiker's calm wasn't comfort, it was a challenge. A test. And I was the subject. The car's interior felt like a cage, the dark outside closing in. My hands trembled, not from cold, but from the sharp edge of panic slicing through me. The sky was a bruised purple when I finally pulled off the highway, the sun nowhere to be seen, swallowed whole by thick clouds rolling low like a threat. My hands were still trembling, fingers tightening around the steering wheel as if gripping it harder could somehow tether me to reality. The hitchhiker, James, I'd learned, sat beside me, his expression unreadable, calm as always. He didn't speak. Didn't need to. We had passed the third accident he predicted that afternoon, a chain of cars tangled near a forgotten curve, metal groaning and people screaming. I'd kept my distance, slowed just enough to avoid becoming part of the wreckage, but my pulse had been so loud it felt like it would burst through my ears. James' eyes had scanned the scene without a flicker of emotion, like he was cataloging my reaction more than the crash itself. Now, parked at a deserted gas station, the kind with an old, flickering neon sign buzzing overhead, I could finally breathe. The air smelled of diesel and stale coffee, sharp and bitter. I could hear the faint hum of a distant train and the echo of a dog barking somewhere behind the cracked storefronts. James lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, the smoke curling lazily upward, a thin veil against the heavy silence. "I don't understand," I said finally, voice rough. "Why do you do it? Why tell me what's coming if you don't want me to help?" He shrugged, the motion so slight I almost missed it. "I'm not warning you. I'm observing." "Observing what, exactly?" I shook my head, the weight of the day pressing down on my chest. "How I'll react. Like I'm some kind of experiment." He flicked ash onto the cracked concrete, eyes never leaving mine. "People are predictable when they're scared. You didn't swerve wildly, didn't scream, just controlled fear. That's useful." I leaned back, the vinyl seat creaking beneath me. The cold from outside seeped in, biting at my exposed wrists. "So that's it? You're tracking my fear? Measuring how I handle it?" My voice cracked, the disbelief slipping through. "What's the end game?" James exhaled slowly, the cigarette glowing faintly in the dim light. "Not all disasters are accidents. Some are opportunities." The words settled in the space between us, heavy and opaque. I thought about the pileup on the overpass, the overturned tanker truck, the way people had scattered like startled birds. I thought about the man who'd shouted at me to move over, his face etched with panic. James had known it all. Every moment before it happened, like a script he'd memorized. And yet, he hadn't moved to stop any of it. Not a single time. I swallowed hard and stared out through the cracked windshield at the empty highway stretching into darkness. The road was a ribbon of asphalt reflecting the weak glow of distant headlights, endless, unyielding, and indifferent. "Are you going to tell me what you want?" I asked, voice quieter now. "Or should I just keep waiting for the next disaster you want me to watch?" James dropped the cigarette butt and ground it under his boot. "I want to see if you break." The bluntness of it hit me like a punch. Not the disasters themselves, not the chaos around us, but the idea that this man, this stranger who'd stepped into my life and turned it upside down, wanted to push me until I snapped. I ran a hand through my hair, fingers tangling in the knots of tension I'd carried for hours. The gas station's flickering light cast unsettling shadows across the cracked walls, shadows that seemed to stretch and twist with every heartbeat. Did I break? I asked, almost daring him. He tilted his head, a ghost of a smile flickering. Not yet. I closed my eyes, the exhaustion flooding in at last. This wasn't just about the accidents, the warnings, or his cold detachment. It was a test of endurance, of human will. How far could I go before the weight of inevitability crushed me? When I opened my eyes again, James was gone. No goodbyes. No explanations. Just the empty passenger seat and a faint scent of cigarette smoke lingering in the air. I sat there for a long time, the hum of the neon sign filling the silence. The night outside was deep and steady, unchanging. The road ahead was still there, stretched out and waiting. Some part of me wanted to turn around, to chase him, demand answers, closure. But another part knew it was pointless. James wasn't a person you caught. He was a shadow, a presence that existed to unsettle, to probe, to watch. The engine growled when I started the car again, and the headlights cut through the darkness like item. I pulled back onto the highway, the asphalt cold beneath my wheels, and for the first time in hours, I didn't feel the sting of fear tightening my chest. I felt something else. Something like resolve. Because if James wanted to see me break, if he thought he could watch me unravel like the wrecks he predicted, he was wrong. I'd been afraid, sure. But fear didn't own me. Not anymore. The road stretched on, empty and fast, but I wasn't alone. I carried the weight of what I'd seen, what I'd lived through. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough to keep me moving forward. The past days had fractured something inside me, but they hadn't destroyed it. I was scarred, yes, but still whole. The highway, with all its dangers and shadows, was no longer a place where I felt powerless. It was a place where I survived. And sometimes, surviving was the only victory you needed. I glanced briefly at the passenger seat, half expecting to see him there, watching, waiting. But it was empty. Just a faint trace of smoke, a reminder that some people leave marks you can't erase. The miles rolled beneath me, steady and unrelenting. The horizon was beginning to lighten, the first hints of dawn breaking through the dark. A new day. I breathed it into the cold air, the promise of something different, and let it fill the hollow spaces left behind. James had tracked my fear, yes. But I had reclaimed my own story. And now, the road was mine. Story 3, The Mimic Hospital, Voices That Aren't Real. That evening, the hospital smelled like bleach and stale coffee, the kind of scent that clings to your clothes no matter how many times you wash them. I was supposed to be home already, curled up with a book and a cup of chamomile tea, but my phone had been buzzing nonstop all afternoon. Frantic voices, breathless and clipped. "You have to come," they said, but before I could ask what for, the line went dead. It was all my closest friends, Sarah first, then Mike, and finally Lena. Each call more urgent, more desperate, and each one ending with a strange kind of silence, like they'd been cut off mid-sentence. I didn't know what to think. I kept telling myself they were just stressed, maybe something minor blown out of proportion. I'm not exactly known for jumping to conclusions, but something about the way their voices cracked under the strain, too raw, too real, got under my skin. There was something wrong. The hospital lobby was quiet, almost too quiet, when I pushed through the automatic doors. The fluorescent lights flickered, casting uneven shadows against the pale walls. I tightened my coat around myself because the air conditioning hummed with a coldness that felt unnatural, like the building was holding onto some secret chill. The polished linoleum floor reflected the overhead lights, but the shine was dulled by scuffs and footprints, evidence of 1,000 rushed feet crossing this threshold every day. I checked my phone again. No new messages. No calls. Just an eerie stillness that settled over me like a thick fog. "Excuse me," I said, approaching the reception desk, where the night shift nurse was typing away, her brow furrowed in concentration. She glanced up but gave me a tired smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Have you seen Sarah? Mike? Lena?" They called me. She shook her head. No one matching those names checked in recently. Are you sure about the hospital? I bit my lip, the taste of dry cotton in my mouth. Yes. They said, well, they sounded scared. Like they needed help. The nurse's eyes darted toward the waiting area, where a few patients sat slumped in plastic chairs. The ticking of a wall clock was the only sound breaking the silence, each second dragging longer than the last. I could hear the faint murmur of a TV in the far corner, the low hum of distant conversations. I wandered toward the elevators, the polished metal doors reflecting my pale face back at me. A flicker of movement caught my eye, someone standing just beyond the automatic doors, head down, phone pressed to their ear. The voice was familiar, but when the person looked up, it wasn't any of my friends. Just a stranger with tired eyes and a thin smile that didn't reach her lips. I stepped back, heart ticking faster, the hairs on my neck prickling. Did I imagine the voice? The way it sounded like Sarah's? Or was it just a cruel trick my mind played on me after hours of worry? The elevator dinged open. A nurse in scrubs stepped out, carrying a clipboard, her expression unreadable. Can I help you find someone? She asked, voice soft but edged with something I couldn't place, hesitation? Concern? I nodded, swallowing hard. Yes, 3 people. Sarah, Mike, Lena. They called me earlier. Said they needed help. She glanced down at her clipboard, then back at me. No one by those names has been admitted tonight. Maybe they left before registering? Something didn't sit right. I knew those voices. I knew those people. The calls had been real. I could still hear their panic, their heavy breathing, the almost whispered pleadings. But here, in this sterile place, there was no sign of them. I decided to check the waiting rooms. The first one smelled faintly of antiseptic and old magazines. A flickering TV played a medical drama on mute, the characters frozen mid-scene. I scanned the room, looking for any familiar face. Instead, I found tired eyes, hollow stares, and the occasional cough ripping through the silence. I pulled out my phone to call Sarah back, hoping it would ring this time. No answer. The voicemail clicked on. Hey, it's me. Her voice sounded calm, but something was off, too smooth, too rehearsed. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. That wasn't Sarah. I knew it wasn't. The way the words were measured, the pitch slightly too perfect, it was like listening to a recording, a mimicry of her voice. My stomach turned, cold and heavy. I felt like I was chasing shadows, trying to grasp at something just beyond reach. The hospital's hum seemed to grow louder, the walls pressing in as if they were closing around me. I stopped in front of a bulletin board plastered with flyers, blood drives, support groups, lost pets. One flyer caught my eye, a notice about new clinical trials starting next month, promising cutting-edge treatments but warning about unapproved procedures. I shivered and tore my gaze away. Questions swirled in my mind like a gathering storm. Why had my friends called me in panic, only to vanish without a trace? Why did that voicemail sound like a recording, not her? And who else had been lured here by those voices, voices that were almost right but somehow wrong? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking into something dangerous, something calculated. The hospital was no longer just a place of healing. It felt like a trap. I wanted to leave, to get back to the comfort of my apartment where the familiar creaks and hums of the city at night might drown out the unease twisting in my gut. But the phone buzzed again, the screen lighting up with an incoming call. No name. No number. I hesitated, then answered. Please, the voice whispered, trembling but unmistakably Sarah's. Help me. My hands trembled as I gripped the phone tighter, the cold sweat slicking my palms. The line went dead. Silence. Complete silence. The moment the call dropped, the hospital corridor felt colder, somehow. I didn't move for a long time. The flickering fluorescent lights overhead buzzed softly, casting a sickly yellow glow against the chipped paint of the walls. Down the hall, I could hear the low murmur of a night shift nurse somewhere, the distant clang of a metal cart. Somewhere else, a monitor beeped irregularly, a reminder that life and death were playing out in fragments all around me. I shoved the phone into my pocket and pulled out my own. The screen was cracked at the edges, but it still worked. I scrolled through my contacts, fingers trembling so badly I almost dropped the phone. I needed to call someone, anyone who might know what was happening. But every name I tapped brought up the same silence. No answers. No clues. Then I found it. The voicemail from earlier. I played it again. Sarah's voice, but different. Synthetic, like a computer had stitched it together from a dozen fragments. I could hear a faint digital hiss beneath her words, like static in an old radio. The words were the same, but the feeling was wrong, too cold, too precise. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just a sick joke. It was a trap. I forced myself to walk deeper into the hospital. The lobby was deserted except for a janitor pushing a squeaky mop bucket, humming a tune I couldn't place. I nodded at him, but he didn't look up. The place had that strange, antiseptic smell mixed with something else, something faintly metallic, like blood but not quite. My stomach clenched. Out of habit, I checked the hospital directory on a bulletin board. The main floors, emergency, radiology, outpatient clinics. I focused on the patient rooms where my friends had supposedly been admitted. But the names I saw didn't match anyone I knew. No sign of Sarah or the others. I tried the nurse's station. Behind the plexiglass, a young woman typed furiously at a keyboard, her brow furrowed. When I asked about Sarah, she glanced up briefly, eyes flickering with a mix of confusion and suspicion. No one by that name here, she said, voice flat. Are you sure you have the right hospital? I felt a sudden flush of frustration. Yes. They called me. They begged for help. The nurse's fingers paused over the keys. We've had some unusual cases. Patients admitted under false names. Sometimes they leave against medical advice. Sometimes they don't come back. Her words sank into me like a stone in water, slow and cold. Can I see the admission records? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. She hesitated. I don't think that's possible. Privacy rules. HIPAA. I nodded, forced a smile that felt brittle. Of course. As I stepped away, I caught a glimpse of something on the computer screen, a list of incoming calls with no caller ID. The timestamps aligned with the frantic calls I'd received. My gut twisted. Whoever was behind this had access to the hospital's internal system, and the ability to make those calls sound like my friends. I wandered the hallways, every shadow suddenly suspicious. The fluorescent buzz seemed louder now. I passed a door labeled Research Wing, authorized personnel only. It was slightly ajar, and a faint light flickered inside. I peered in. The room was filled with servers and monitors, blinking green and blue like the heart of some cold machine. A man in a lab coat sat at a terminal, fingers flying over the keyboard. His face was obscured by the glow. He didn't notice me. I cleared my throat. Excuse me? He jumped, eyes wide, then quickly masked his surprise with a professional smile. Can I help you? I'm looking for Sarah. She called me for help. The man's smile faltered. No Sarah here. You must be mistaken. but I saw the screen behind him, lines of code scrolling rapidly, references to audio files and voice synthesis. I stepped closer, voice lower. "What are you doing here?" He hesitated, then shut down the monitor with a click. "Nothing you need to worry about." Something about his tone didn't sit right. I wasn't sure if it was fear or anger, or both, that made my hands clench into fists. I backed away slowly, nodding as if accepting his dismissal. Outside, the hospital was quieter now. The night had deepened, and a cold draft slipped through the cracked window near the stairwell. I pulled my jacket tighter, teeth chattering despite myself. I pulled out my phone again. No new messages. No missed calls. Just silence. But then, a buzz. A text from an unknown number. "You're closer than you think." I stared at the screen, the words blurring. My breath hitched. Who was watching me? How deep did this go? Then the emergency alarm blared suddenly, shattering the stillness. Red lights flashed, and a robotic voice announced a lockdown. Security breach detected. All personnel remain in place. The hallway doors clicked shut, sealing me inside. The janitor's mop bucket clattered to the floor in the distance. I was trapped. And someone was playing a game. The message pulsed again on the screen. Find the key before it's too late. Heart pounding, I scanned the room for anything that could unlock the mystery or these doors. Time was slipping away. My eyes settled on a panel beside the door, its surface scratched and worn. A numeric keypad blinked faintly beneath a layer of grime. I swallowed hard, my fingers trembling as I reached for it. The message was clear, find the key. But what key? A code? A physical object? The janitor's mop bucket scraped closer, then stopped abruptly. I held my breath, but the hallway remained silent. Whoever was behind this wanted me locked in here and watching. Glancing around, I noticed a small vent near the ceiling, its grate slightly ajar. Maybe an escape route, but I was too short to reach it without a chair or something to stand on. My gaze shifted to a cluttered desk in the corner. Papers, dusty tools, and a half-empty coffee cup cluttered its surface. I rushed over and grabbed an overturned stool, dragging it beneath the vent. With effort, I hoisted myself up but still couldn't reach the opening fully. Frustrated, I scanned the desk again and spotted a thin metal rod, a screwdriver, perhaps. With the rod in hand, I started prying at the grate's edges. A soft click echoed behind me. Heart hammering, I spun around just as a panel slid open in the wall, revealing a small compartment. Inside lay a tarnished brass key, its teeth worn but distinct. I grabbed the key, my fingers slick with sweat, and darted back to the door. The keypad glowed red, taunting me. I slid the key into the lock, solid, cool metal against my palm, and turned it. The door groaned, then slowly creaked open, spilling light into the room. Freedom was just a step away. But as I crossed the threshold, a cold voice whispered from the speaker above. Game over? Not quite. The door creaked open, and a stale rush of recycled air hit me like a slap. The corridor beyond stretched dim and narrow, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead in irregular pulses. I hesitated, the brass key still cool against my palm, my throat tight with a mix of dread and determination. The faint hum of machines echoed somewhere deep inside the hospital, a reminder that this place was still alive, even if it felt like it was holding its breath. I stepped through the doorway, careful not to make a sound. The floor beneath my shoes was cold, the linoleum worn smooth by years of footsteps I couldn't count. A faint chemical smell, cleaning agents mixed with something metallic, hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, sharp enough to burn the back of my nose. It was the kind of scent that made you wonder how long it had been since anyone had truly cared about the patients here. I glanced back once, the door settling shut with a muted click behind me. No going back now. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to keep moving. The hallway branched off left and right, each direction swallowed by shadows. I chose left, mostly because the right side was marked with signs warning of restricted access, and I knew I didn't have clearance for that. As I walked, my ears picked up a faint sound, a low murmur, like a conversation just out of reach. I followed it, my footsteps muffled by the threadbare carpet runners. The voices came into focus, a male voice, calm but insistent, and a female voice that wavered, trembling under the weight of something unspoken. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone set my skin crawling. I rounded a corner and froze. The hallway opened into a small nurse's station bathed in the sickly glow of overhead lighting. A figure sat hunched over a computer, fingers flying across the keyboard with practiced speed. The screen faced away from me, but I caught glimpses of lines of code scrolling faster than I could read. "Are you sure about this?" the female voice said, soft but urgent. The man's reply was clipped, almost mechanical. "We don't have a choice. The data is too valuable to lose." I swallowed hard, every instinct screaming at me to run, but my feet stayed rooted. "I still can't explain it." The voices weren't coming from a patient or medical staff, they belonged to someone else entirely. Someone who had infiltrated this place with an agenda I couldn't yet understand. A sudden crackle from the computer startled me. The man's fingers paused. "I'm sending the next batch now. The deepfakes will do the rest." Deepfakes. The word hit me like a punch. That explained the calls, my friends' voices, begging for help, but all a trap. Someone had been using those synthetic voices to lure people here, to this exact place. But why? What kind of sick experiment were they running? I stepped back, misjudging the slick floor and almost slipping. A sharp breath escaped me. The man looked up suddenly, eyes narrowing. "Who's there?" Panic surged through my veins. I ducked behind a filing cabinet, pressing my back to the cold metal. My heart thundered so loudly I was sure he could hear it. The voices ceased. Silence. Complete silence. Then, from somewhere deeper in the station, a phone rang, shrilly, insistently. The man hesitated, then answered. His side of the conversation was clipped, professional, but his eyes darted toward the door I just slipped through. "Everything's on schedule. The patients are responding well. No complications so far. Patients. Responding well." My stomach clenched. The idea of innocent people trapped here, manipulated by a voice that wasn't real, sent a wave of nausea through me. I forced myself to breathe, to stay focused. I crept forward, edging past the desk, and caught a glimpse of the screen. Lines of code, yes, but also a list of names, patients, I assumed, alongside timestamps and status updates like awaiting response or engaged in protocol. One name made me blink, Julia. Julia was one of the friends who had called me, the one whose voice I'd heard pleading moments before. And here she was, listed as engaged. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to scan further. A file folder lay open on the desk, its contents spilling onto the surface, consent forms, all signed but with the kind of fine print that made my eyes glaze over. Terms describing experimental procedures and data collection in clinical jargon that masked the real horror beneath. These weren't just tests, they were trials. On people who didn't know the full truth. I ripped my gaze away and looked around. The station was empty now. The man had vanished. I could feel the weight of eyes on me, or maybe that was just my imagination. The hospital felt like a living maze designed to trap me. I needed a plan. But as I turned to leave, a soft beep sounded from the computer. A message popped up, access granted. Welcome, Dr. Reynolds. Dr. Reynolds. The name clicked inside my head. The man at the desk had been masquerading as hospital staff. No one here was safe. Not patients, not friends, and certainly not me. Before I could react, the intercom crackled to life, filling the corridor with a voice I recognized instantly. It was my own voice, calm, familiar, pleading. Please come to the research wing immediately. There's an urgent update about your friend's conditions. We need to speak. I staggered back, the hairs on my neck prickling. The voice was perfect. Too perfect. It wasn't me. The realization hit me like a wave crashing over a rocky shore. The hacker wasn't just using deepfakes to lure victims, they were using my voice to manipulate me. To force me into their trap. Trapped. There was no turning back now. The door behind me was locked tight, the keypad flashing red. I was inside the heart of something far bigger and darker than I'd imagined. And the hospital was closing in around me, silent except for the hum of machines and the cold whisper of a voice that wasn't mine. I took a deep breath, tasting the acrid tang of fear mixed with determination. I had to find Julia. I had to stop this. But as I moved forward, the lights flickered violently, plunging the corridor into brief darkness before the buzz returned. Something was watching. And it knew I was here. The red light on the keypad blinked like a warning flare, sharp and insistent, and I pressed my palm against the cold metal, willing it to respond. The voice had come again, low and smooth, perfectly mimicking mine. We need to speak. The words echoed in the sterile air, but the source was nowhere in sight. No one answered when I called back. Just the hollow walls and flickering fluorescent tubes, their buzzing like static in my ears. I swallowed hard, tasting the faint bitterness of sweat on my tongue. The sterile hospital smell mixed with something else, something metallic, a faint scent of antiseptic mingled with something I couldn't place. Anxiety? Desperation? It clung to the air like a second skin. I took a step forward, my shoes squeaking slightly on the linoleum floor. The corridor narrowed, walls closing in with the weight of silence. I could hear my own breathing now, shallow and quick, the sound of my heart thudding in my ears like a warning drum. Julia. I whispered the name, barely daring to break the quiet. The memory of her face flashed in my mind, eyes wide with fear, a silent plea trap behind them. I had to find her before it was too late. The door ahead was cracked open, a sliver of darkness spilling into the hallway. I hesitated, fingers brushing the rough plaster of the wall for reassurance. The hospital smelled colder here, the temperature dropping enough to make the hairs on my forearms stand on end. The flickering lights overhead cast long, jittery shadows that danced just beyond the edge of vision. Inside the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, the dim glow of monitors illuminated a figure slumped over a hospital bed. I froze. At first, I thought it was Julia, but the shape was smaller, too small. A child? No, the outline was unfamiliar, hunched and still. Then the voice came again, but this time closer, behind me, soft and insistent. You're not safe here. I spun around. Nothing. Just the empty corridor, the dull buzz of fluorescent lights, and the faint scrape of wheels on tile down the hall. A nurse's cart, abandoned. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. This wasn't just about Julia anymore. It was about everyone trapped in this place, drawn here by voices that weren't real. I forced myself to move, edging toward the nurse's station. The computer screens flickered erratically, lines of code scrolling too fast to read. A small sticky note clung to the edge of the keyboard, trust no voice. My breath caught. Someone else had been here. Someone who knew. The intercom crackled suddenly, a distorted version of my own voice spilling out. You don't understand. They're listening. They're everywhere. The words cut through the silence like shards of glass. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the voice didn't stop. It repeated, looping, growing louder, more desperate. I staggered back, bumping into the cold metal filing cabinet. The drawers rattled, a jangling sound that made my skin crawl. I realized I had to shut it down, to stop the source before it overwhelmed me. I scanned the desk, spotting a power button on the side of the main terminal. My fingers hovered, hesitant. What if this was a trap? What if shutting it down triggered something worse? But the alternative, letting the voice continue, felt unbearable. I pressed it. The screens went black, and the hospital plunged into an oppressive silence that pressed against my ears. I blinked, adjusting to the sudden darkness. The only light came from the hallway, where a faint glow suggested movement. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Not quite human. I swallowed again, the taste of adrenaline sharp and metallic. My eyes darted to the doorway, where shadow pulled like ink. I could hear my heartbeat now, a frantic thump that felt too loud in the stillness. Julia, I called out, voice cracking. Where are you? No answer. Just the soft scrape of footsteps approaching, echoing off the sterile walls. I backed toward the door, searching for an exit, a hiding place, anything. My fingers brushed a fire alarm switch, but I hesitated. Would that bring help? Or just draw attention? The hospital was a maze of corridors, too vast and confusing to navigate blindly, especially with someone or something tracking me. Then a soft chime from my phone startled me, its screen lighting up with a new message. The text was short, chilling in its simplicity. Look behind you. I spun around. Empty corridor. No one. My breath hitched. The flickering lights overhead seemed to pulse in time with my racing heart. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to think. The hacker was playing a game, a twisted, cruel game. Using voices, shadows, even my own fears against me. It wasn't just about control anymore. It was about breaking me. But why? What did they want? The answer came with a sudden, sharp beep from the monitors as the power flickered back on. Code streamed across the screens again, faster this time, almost frantic. Amidst the chaos, a single line stood out, Experiment 47, subject secured. My stomach lurched. Julia was one of the subjects. And I was right in the middle of their operation. I pressed forward, ignoring the cold sweat that slicked my palms. The corridor stretched ahead, a tunnel of light and shadow, leading deeper into the hospital's bowels. I had to find her. Had to stop whatever was happening before more people disappeared. There was a door at the end, heavy and reinforced, labeled Research Lab 3. The lock beeped as I approached, and for a moment, I registered the sharp, clinical smell of antiseptic mixed with something else, something chemical and unsettling. I tried the handle. Locked. Then the voice again, closer this time, softer, almost coaxing. You're so close. Just a little further. A shiver ran down my spine. The voice was mine, but not mine. The hacker's voice, distorted and perfect. Why? I whispered, my voice trembling. Why are you doing this? Silence. Complete silence. Then the door clicked. It swung open slowly, revealing a room bathed in harsh white light. Inside, rows of hospital beds lined the walls, some empty, others occupied by pale, silent figures hooked up to machines. And there, in the center, was Julia. Her eyes met mine wide, unblinking, but alive. I stepped inside, the door closing behind me with a dull thud that echoed like a final sentence. The hacker's voice whispered in my ear, cold and clear, "Welcome to the experiment. You're part of it now." Everything narrowed to that moment. A single breath. A choice. I wouldn't let this end here. Not for Julia. Not for any of them. The hospital had become a cage, and I was going to find the key. Even if it meant losing myself in the darkness. Under the harsh glare of flickering fluorescent bulbs, the hospital seemed less a place of healing and more a forgotten labyrinth where shadows whispered secrets. The sterile light pressed down on everything, unforgiving and cold. The hum of machines buzzed low and steady, a mechanical heartbeat for the hollowed-out room. Julia's eyes stayed locked on mine, wide and unblinking, but somehow fierce in their vulnerability. I didn't know whether to be relieved or terrified. The weight in my chest tightened, and I swallowed hard, the metallic tang of fear sharp on my tongue. "Julia," I whispered, voice cracking. "We have to get out of here." My words felt fragile, like glass slipping through my fingers. The voice, the hacker's voice, was there again, inside my head, smooth as silk and twice as poisonous. "You're already tangled in this. You can't leave." It wasn't a threat, not exactly. More like a fact, cold and unyielding. The door behind me clicked. I turned sharply, expecting anyone to step inside. But it stayed shut, the lock clicking into place. I was trapped. I scanned the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay again. The patients, pale and still, lay connected to machines that hissed and beeped with a mechanical rhythm. The odor of antiseptic mixed with something faintly metallic, copper? Blood? I couldn't tell. The scent clung to the air like a warning. I crouched beside Julia's bed. She blinked slowly, and a tear traced a thin line down her cheek. "I'm here," I said, reaching for her hand. It was cold, but it squeezed mine back, weak but real. "We're getting out," I promised, though the lie tasted bitter. The hacker's voice whispered again, softer this time, almost coaxing. "You think you can stop it? You don't understand the web you're caught in." I closed my eyes and tried to steady my breathing. The voice, deep fakes, the manipulations, everything. It was more than just a sick game. It was a calculated, precise control. Someone had weaponized trust itself. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the hallway, footsteps. I stiffened, heart pounding against my ribs like a drum. Julia's grip tightened. The door handle rattled. Then, a voice. Not the hacker's. A real voice. "Hey! It's me, Detective Marks." The voice cracked with urgency. "I'm coming in." The door unlocked and swung open. A man in a rumpled suit stepped inside, eyes scanning the room quickly before settling on us. Relief washed over me, sharp and immediate. "Thank God," I breathed. "Julia, she's alive." Detective Marks nodded grimly. "We've been tracking the hacker for weeks, but this place, it's more than just a hideout. It's a trap." "How did you find me?" I asked, voice hoarse. "Your calls. Your friends. And a lucky break. We traced a data leak back here." He glanced at the patients. "You're lucky to be alive." I looked around again. "What's happening to them?" "To Julia?" Marks gestured toward a small monitor. "Experimental drug trials. Without consent. The hacker's been using voice deepfakes to lure people, patients, doctors, nurses, into this nightmare. Twisting voices, fabricating emergencies. It's all part of some sick experiment. I swallowed hard. Why? What's the end game? No one knows exactly, he said. Money? Power? Control? It's all tangled up. But we're shutting it down. Starting now. I helped Julia sit up as best I could. She was weak but responsive. Her gaze met mine again, filled with a fragile hope I wasn't sure I could share yet. The detective pulled out his phone and called for backup. The hospital's emergency lights flickered, casting long shadows against the walls. I wondered how many others were trapped in this place, victims of a voice that wasn't really a voice. As the minutes stretched, the oppressive silence lifted slightly. Nurses and officers arrived, carefully moving through the wards, checking on patients, shutting down machines. The hospital was being reclaimed, but the scars would linger. Later, outside the hospital, the night air was cool and sharp. The city smelled like rain and asphalt, a reminder that the world kept moving, indifferent to the horrors hidden behind its walls. Julia leaned against me, her breath shallow but steady. I felt her pulse under my fingers, alive, stubborn, defiant. The detective looked at me and said, "You did good. You didn't give up." I wanted to believe him. But as I stood there, watching the flashing lights fade into the distance, I knew something had changed inside me. The hacker's voice had left a mark, a whisper beneath my own thoughts, a shadow I couldn't shake. I thought about the patients, the stolen voices, the lies spun so perfectly they almost fooled me. Trust was fragile. Reality even more so. Back in my apartment days later, I stared at my phone, half expecting the voice to call again. It didn't. But the silence was heavy, weighted with the knowledge that someone out there still held the power to mimic, deceive, control. I ran my hand over the scar on my wrist, a souvenir from the hospital, a reminder that survival wasn't just about escaping. It was about fighting the echoes inside. Julia was recovering. Slowly. The world outside was messy and uncertain, but at least she was safe. And me? I wasn't the same person who had answered those frantic calls weeks ago. The darkness I'd stepped into had left its shadow. But maybe that shadow would make me stronger. Maybe. Because sometimes the real horror wasn't in the things you saw or heard. It was in the things you never expected to hear, voices you trusted, twisted and bent until they became something else entirely. And that was a fear that wouldn't fade. But it wouldn't win. Not this time. Story 4, Unseen Past, Photographs of Impossible Memories. I found the photographs on a Saturday afternoon, tucked away in a drawer I never opened. Curiosity got the better of me. I peeled the flap open, careful not to tear the fragile paper, and inside were 6 photographs. They looked old, though I couldn't tell exactly when they'd been taken. The colors had faded unevenly, like someone tried to hold on to memories that were slipping through their fingers. And then I saw myself. That's the thing. I wasn't expecting to see myself. Not in these photos. Not here. One showed me standing in front of a building I didn't recognize. The brickwork was red and chipped, the windows tall and narrow, the kind of place you might find in a forgotten part of the city or maybe a quiet town I'd never been to. I was younger, maybe early 20s, and wearing a jacket I didn't own, my hair shorter than it is now, tousled in a way that didn't feel like me. I remember every jacket I've ever owned, or so I thought. The second photo was worse, me sitting at a cafe table outside, a cup of coffee steaming in the chilly morning air, but the street behind me was unfamiliar. No signposts, no people I recognized, just the blur of strangers and the vague outline of a fountain. I flipped through the rest. Each one placed me in a different spot, parks, markets, busy sidewalks, none of which I'd ever visited. None of which I could recall. For a moment, I sat on the edge of the couch, the envelope and photos spread out on the wooden coffee table in front of me. The afternoon light slanted through the window, casting long shadows across the floor. The air smelled faintly of rain, a wet, earthy scent that clung to the fabric of the curtains. Somewhere outside, a dog barked, sharp and urgent, breaking the quiet. I touched the photographs again, fingers trembling slightly, tracing the edges as if I could feel the thread connecting me to those places. But there was no connection. I didn't remember any of it. I know how that sounds. Like I'm losing my mind or making it up. But I'm not. Not yet. I shoved the photos back into the envelope and slid it into my jacket pocket. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone had been messing with me. But who? And why? That evening, I found myself restless, unable to settle. The apartment felt smaller somehow, the walls closing in with a silent pressure that made my skin crawl. I kept checking the windows, watching the streetlights flicker to life, the soft hum of the city settling into night. The kettle boiled over twice, filling the kitchen with a sharp steam, and I spilled a bit of tea on the counter, the warm liquid soaking into the grainy surface like a stain I couldn't scrub away. I tried to call a friend, someone to talk to about the photos, but my phone slipped from my fingers twice, clattering to the floor. The screen cracked, a thin-line spider webbing across the glass. I stared at it, the eerie quiet settling over the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay like a fog. Sleep didn't come easily. When I finally drifted off, the images of those unknown places haunted my dreams. I was walking streets I had never seen, passing faces that blurred just out of focus, hearing laughter that didn't belong to anyone I knew. I woke in the early hours, heart hammering, the taste of cold metal on my tongue despite no recent illness or injury. The next morning, I tried to shake it off. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there was a simple explanation. Maybe a mix-up at a photographer's studio or someone's idea of a joke. I even joked aloud, maybe I'm a secret agent with a split identity. The words sounded hollow even as I said them. But the photos lingered in the back of my mind like a dull ache. I checked my calendar, my bank statements, my social media accounts, anything that might confirm or deny these mysterious trips. Nothing. No flights booked, no hotel stays, no check-ins or photos of my own that matched the places from the envelope. It was as if someone had fabricated an entire life for me, when I had no memory of living. And that thought was worse than anything else. Later that day, I went to the cafe nearest my apartment. I ordered a black coffee, the bitterness grounding me more than I expected. The barista smiled politely, but her eyes flicked to my jacket pocket where the envelope still rested, a silent weight against my side. I caught the glance and looked away quickly, pretending to check messages on my phone. Outside, the wind had picked up. Leaves tumbled across the pavement, skittering against the curb with a dry rustle. The sky was heavy with gray clouds, the promise of rain hanging just out of reach. I sat there for a long time, watching people pass, a man with a briefcase, a woman pushing a stroller, a teenager with headphones lost in his own world. Everyone seemed tethered to their own histories, their own truths. And I wondered where mine had gone. When I finally left, the street felt different, off-kilter in some subtle way I couldn't quite place. Shadows stretched strangely along the walls of the buildings, and the air smelled faintly of something metallic, like old pennies or a distant thunderstorm. At home, I pulled out the envelope again. This time, I spread the photos on the kitchen table, each one catching the dim light differently. I studied the backgrounds, searching for landmarks, street signs, anything familiar. Nothing stood out. The photos were just wrong. And then I noticed it. In the corner of the last picture, barely visible, was a small scribble, a date, maybe? Or initials. Something written in the same faded blue ink as the numbers on the envelope. I leaned closer, squinting until the letters snapped into focus. May 14th, 2008. I blinked. That was the day I graduated college. A day I remembered clearly. Or so I thought. The idea that someone had been slipping into my past, rewriting it without my knowledge, sent a cold shiver down my spine. But who? And how? I put the photos down and stared out the window at the darkening street. Somewhere out there, someone was watching. Or waiting. Silence. Complete silence. And then my phone buzzed. A message from a number I didn't recognize. Do you remember May 14th, 2008? I dropped the phone onto the table, the screen glowing like a beacon in the gathering gloom. My hands trembled. Something had just begun, and I had no idea how to stop it. The phone buzzed again. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee thick on my tongue. My fingers tapped the edge of the worn wooden table, nails uneven, picking at the chipped varnish. The room was quiet except for the distant hum of a radiator ticking on somewhere down the hall. Outside, the streetlights flickered against the damp pavement. I hadn't looked out since the last photo. Didn't want to. But that message, it was a challenge, or maybe a taunt. I typed back, hesitating with every letter. I remember my graduation. What's this about? No reply for several minutes. The silence felt heavier than the shadows pooling in the corners of the room. Then the phone buzzed again. You don't remember everything. Not really. I leaned back, exhaling slowly, trying to steady the rush of thoughts scrambling through my head. What didn't I remember? And why was someone so intent on reminding me of a day I thought I knew? The photos were wrong. They couldn't be real. Yet the blue scribble, the date, had been unmistakable, a pinpoint in the fog of confusion. I needed to know more. Needed to see if this was some sick joke or something worse. I started with the obvious, my own memory. I pulled out my old graduation album from the shelf, the pages yellowed and curling at the edges. The plastic sleeves crinkled under my fingers. I flipped slowly, searching for any sign, any discrepancy. There were the usual group shots, clumsy smiles, handshakes with professors, caps tossed in the air. Everything familiar. Except I noticed something odd. In one group photo, taken right after the ceremony, there was a figure behind me. Not fully visible, just a shadowy outline, half hidden behind a tree. The face was blurred, but the posture was unsettlingly familiar. I couldn't place it, but it felt wrong, like a piece of a puzzle that didn't fit. I zoomed in with my phone's camera, trying to sharpen the blurred face. It didn't help. But the feeling stayed, that prickling awareness that I wasn't alone in that moment, even though I had no memory of anyone standing there. Late night was leaking into early morning. I glanced at the clock, 3:17 a.m. My eyes stung. The apartment smelled faintly of old paper and the tang of cold sweat. I rubbed my temples, wishing the headache would ease. I needed someone to talk to, someone who wouldn't think I'd lost my mind. I called Jessica. She picked up on the second ring, sleepy but steady. "Hey," I said, voice rough. "You awake?" "Barely," she answered, drawing out the word like a yawn. "What's up?" I hesitated. Something weird's happening. I found these photos. Of me, but in places I don't remember ever being. And then I got a text from some unknown number asking if I remember a certain day. May 14th, 2008. There was a pause. May 14th? That's your graduation, right? Yeah. But it's like someone's messing with my past. Making me doubt what's real. Jessica's voice was soft, cautious. "Are you okay? Like, really?" I don't know, I admitted. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. But it's like someone's been watching me, rewriting parts of my life. She didn't sound convinced. Maybe you're just stressed. You've been working too hard. I know how that sounds, I said, but the photos, they don't add up. And the messages. Someone's playing a game, Jess, and I don't know the rules. There was a rustle on her end. Okay. Listen. Tomorrow, come over. We'll look at everything together. Maybe there's a logical explanation. I wanted to say no. To say I had to keep digging alone. But that voice of reason, the one I usually ignored, won out. Thanks. I'll come by. After we hung up, I sat in the dark, phone on the table, the glow still faintly lighting the edges of the photos spread before me. The quiet was broken by the soft creak of my apartment door. I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. No one was supposed to be here. I slipped out of the chair and moved toward the door, every step like a drumbeat in my chest. The hallway was empty. No signs of forced entry. No footprints. Just a stale smell of dust and old paint. I shook my head. Get a grip, I muttered. You're imagining things. But the unease lingered. Someone had been inside my apartment. Maybe last night, maybe earlier. That shadow behind me in the photo wasn't the only presence I couldn't explain. I decided to check my computer next. Maybe there was some clue hidden in my files. My heart skipped a beat when I saw a new folder on the desktop. It wasn't there before. I clicked it open. Inside were dozens of images, screenshots, photos, documents, all labeled with dates and locations I didn't recognize. But the faces in the photos? Me. Or versions of me. One file caught my eye, a photo of a cafe I'd never heard of, with me sitting alone at a corner table, looking out the window. The timestamp said 2010. But I had no memory of ever visiting that place. I scrolled through the images, each one more unsettling than the last. Me in airports, me in parks, me at parties I had no recollection of attending. It was like someone had constructed an entire alternative history for me, complete with fabricated memories, or at least, fake evidence. My hands trembled as I closed the folder. I tried to steady my breathing. Who does this? And why? Suddenly, the phone buzzed again. The same number. Do you want to meet? I can explain. I stared at the screen. The offer felt like a trap. But maybe it was the only chance to understand what was happening. Or maybe it was exactly what whoever was behind this wanted. I typed back, fingers shaking, where? No answer. Just silence. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window pane like a warning. The room felt colder, the shadows longer. And somewhere deep inside, I knew this was far from over. The storm was just gathering. The wind had settled, but the chill in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, remained. I wanted to shut the whole thing down, close the laptop, pull the covers over my head, pretend this was a bad dream. But I couldn't. Not after seeing those photos. Someone had been living my past, rewriting it in their own script. I rubbed my eyes, tasting the sour tang of stale coffee at the back of my throat. My fingers twitched, itching to dig deeper. Then the phone buzzed again. Same number. I picked it up, thumb hovering over the screen, reluctant. Meet me, the message said. No location. No time. Just those two words. The cold sweat on my back prickled. I typed back, why me? Silent reply. Nothing. I closed the phone and leaned back. What if this was a setup? What if it was someone trying to push me off the edge? Or worse, someone close, someone I trusted. The thought made my skin crawl. But I couldn't ignore it either. I needed answers. The pictures, the messages, they were pieces of a puzzle I didn't want to admit I was part of. The next morning, sunlight crept through the cracked blinds, dust motes dancing lazily in the golden beams. I woke with a pounding headache and a mouth as dry as sandpaper. My phone was silent. No new messages. Nothing. The quiet was almost worse than the buzzing. I decided to retrace my steps digitally, revisiting every place from those photos, trying to find a clue. It was like chasing a ghost. I scrolled through old social media, public records, anything that might link me to those unfamiliar places. Nothing matched. No events, no check-ins, no mentions. It was as if my fabricated past was carefully erased from every trace except those photos. Then, out of nowhere, an email landed in my inbox. No sender name, just a subject line, proof. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside was a video file, roughly 30 seconds long. The footage was grainy, shot from a distance. I was there walking down a crowded street, alone, head down. But it wasn't me. Not really. The clothes were similar, but the gait felt off. My hair was longer, the face thinner. It was a person wearing my face like a mask. I rewound, watched it again. And again. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. That's when the doorbell rang. Sharp. Insistent. I froze, heart thudding in my ears. The apartment was on the second floor. No one should be coming by unannounced this early. I hesitated, then moved toward the peephole, careful not to make a sound. No one was there. Only a small envelope slipped under the door. I bent down, picked it up. The paper was thick, smooth, with no writing on the outside. Inside, a single sheet with a typed message. You're running out of time. Stop digging, or you'll lose everything. My hand shook so badly I nearly dropped it. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of panic. Who was watching me? How long had they been watching me? And why? I sat back down, the envelope resting in my lap like a stone. The room felt smaller now, suffocating. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows darker, the silence louder. My phone buzzed again. This time, a different number. Stop. You don't know what's at stake. I stared at the screen, feeling the noose tighten. The threat wasn't subtle anymore. It was direct. Personal. I thought about calling the police, but stopped myself. What would I say? That someone was rewriting my history? That I was being stalked by a ghost version of myself? They'd think I was losing it. Maybe I was. But then I remembered the photos, the video, the envelope. This was real. Real and terrifying. I needed help. I reached out to Lena, my closest friend since college. Someone I trusted, or at least thought I did. I explained everything in a rushed, halting voice, leaving out nothing. Her silence on the other end was almost worse than an outburst. Are you sure you want to get involved? She finally said. This sounds dangerous. I don't have a choice, I said. They've already rewritten my past. If I don't find out who, they'll control my future. There was a pause. Then, okay. Meet me at the cafe on 5th in an hour. We'll figure this out. I hung up, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. I grabbed my coat, the rough fabric scratching my forearms, and stepped outside. The air was sharp and cold, carrying the scent of wet asphalt and distant rain. The city was waking up, oblivious to the storm brewing in my life. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Every shadow flickered at the edge of my vision. Every passerby seemed to glance a little too long, a little too pointedly. I kept my head down, hands shoved deep in my pockets, mind racing through every possibility. At the cafe, Lena was already there, nursing a cup of black coffee. Her eyes were sharp, scanning the street as I approached. "Tell me everything," she said quietly. I did. Every detail. The photos, the messages, the video, the envelope. The threats. She frowned, tapping her fingers on the chipped porcelain cup. "This isn't just some prank. Whoever did this knows you. Knows how to get under your skin. Do you think it's someone I know?" I asked. "Maybe. Or someone who wants you to think that." It was a brutal thought. I looked around the crowded cafe, half expecting to see the mastermind sitting at a corner table, watching me like a hawk. Lena leaned in, voice low. "You need to be careful. Whoever's behind this wants you to feel trapped. They want you isolated." "I'm already there," I said, bitterness creeping into my voice. She shook her head. "No, not yet. But if you don't act fast, you will be." Outside, the sky darkened. The first heavy drops of rain began to fall, tapping against the windows, a relentless rhythm that matched the pounding in my chest. I realized then there was no turning back. Whoever had woven this false past had cut off every escape route. Every step I took forward was a step deeper into their game. And the worst part? I didn't even know the rules. As we left the cafe, the street lamps flickered and a figure stepped out from the fog at the corner of the block. Just for a second, our eyes met. The face was obscured, features shadowed, but the smile was unmistakably cruel. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. The chase had begun, and I was already losing. The rain hammered down harder now, a relentless drumming against the cafe's windows. Lena's words echoed in my mind, sharp and urgent. "They want you to feel trapped. Isolated." I swallowed, the bitter taste of stale coffee and damp leather filling my mouth. "I'm already there," I'd said. But now, standing beneath the awning, rain soaking through my jacket, I wasn't so sure. The edges of my world had already started to crumble, but what if the collapse was just beginning? The street was empty except for the occasional flicker of a shuttered shop window. No sign of the figure. I pulled my collar up and started walking, Lena's hurried footsteps echoing close behind me. "We need a plan," she said. Her voice wasn't just low, it was tense, brittle, like a wire stretched too tight. "Plan," I repeated, voice rough. "What plan? I don't even know who's playing this game." She stopped and looked me in the eye. "Then we find out. Whatever they're trying to do, whoever they are, they've been watching you for a long time. Too long. You have to start turning the tables." I nodded, though the knot in my stomach tightened. Turning the tables sounded easier when you weren't the one being hunted. The cafe, the photographs, the whispered warnings, they all circled in my mind like vultures. But where to begin? The streets around us blurred under the rain, the city's usual hum muffled, as if the night itself was holding its breath. We ducked into a narrow alley to avoid a passing car, the smell of damp concrete and rotting leaves thick in the air. Lena pulled out her phone, fingers moving fast over the screen. "I hacked into the security cams from the cafe earlier," she said. "There's footage of you. Not just in the cafe, but in places you never went to. Same as those photos." I swallowed hard. So it's not just pictures. They're making videos too. Exactly. She bit her lip. I found one from 2 weeks ago outside a warehouse on the west side. You don't remember that, do you? I shook my head. The warehouse meant nothing. No. I never went near that part of town. Someone's been placing you there. And it's not just for fun. A cold wave rolled through me. My hands trembled despite the chill. What do they want from me? Lena shrugged, eyes sharp. Control. You. Your future. You said it yourself, this isn't random. It's a setup. But setups don't just happen. Someone's orchestrating this down to the last detail. I stared at the wet pavement, the blurry reflections of street lamps like watercolors bleeding into each other. But why? What could I possibly have that someone else wants? She looked away, biting her lip. You're smarter than this. There's more to your history than you know. And whoever this is, they want to keep you in the dark. The rain slowed to a drizzle as we crossed the street, the city lights smeared like oil paints. I tried to focus, but my thoughts raced. The photographs, the videos, Lena's warnings. It was like I was trapped inside a puzzle box with no edges, no clear opening. And every time I thought I found a clue, it twisted into something darker. Let's think about this, Lena said, voice softer now. If they've been fabricating your past, they've had to get close to you. Close enough to plant memories, manipulate your surroundings. People you trusted. Her words hit me like a slap. I blinked, trying to pull the pieces together. Who could it be? Someone from work? A neighbor? My own family? The faces floated up and drifted away like smoke. A sudden noise made me jump, a dog barking somewhere down the street, sharp and urgent. Maybe it was nothing, but my skin prickled, goosebumps rising despite the warmth of the night. We should check the warehouse, I said, surprising myself. If they're putting me there in pictures and videos, maybe there's something real I'm missing. Lena hesitated. It's risky. That place isn't exactly friendly territory. I know, I said, voice steady even though my insides churned. But it's the only lead we have. We made our way there, the city growing quieter as we moved farther from the busy center. The warehouse loomed ahead, a hulking shadow against the night sky, windows dark and empty like hollow eyes. The smell of oil and rust hung in the air, mixed with something faintly metallic, maybe blood, maybe just rusted pipes. I stepped closer, running my hand along the rough brick. It was cold, wet, and crumbling in places. I could hear the distant hum of a train, the low rumble vibrating through the ground. The rain had stopped altogether, leaving the air thick and heavy. Suddenly, the sharp click of a camera shutter broke the silence. I spun around. Nothing. Just empty street. Did you see that? I asked, voice tight. Lena shook her head. No. Maybe it was just a reflex, your mind playing tricks. But I wasn't convinced. My pulse hammered in my ears. Someone was watching. Had been watching all along. We crept around the corner, trying to find a side entrance. The warehouse was surrounded by a chain-link fence, topped with coils of barbed wire. I traced the cold metal with my fingertips, heart pounding. Whoever was behind this had meant for me to see those images, the photos, the videos, and now they were daring me to come here. A sudden movement caught my eye, a shadow slipping behind a stack of crates. I froze. Did you see that? I whispered. Lena nodded, pulling her phone out again. I'm trying to get a signal. If we can't find anything inside, maybe we can trace whoever's tailing us. The minutes stretched thin. My breath came in short gasps, the smell of damp wood and old concrete thickening around us. Then, from somewhere deeper inside the warehouse, a faint tapping began. Rhythmic. Deliberate. I swallowed, turning toward the noise. The sound echoed, bouncing off metal beams and empty crates. It wasn't mechanical. It was human. Someone was there. Stay close, Lena said, voice low. We edged forward, the floor creaking beneath our steps. The tapping grew louder, then stopped. Silence. Complete silence. A figure stepped out from the shadows. Not the cruel smile from the street corner, but someone else. Someone familiar. Didn't expect you here, the voice said. Calm. Controlled. Too calm. I blinked. Recognition slammed into me like a freight train. Mark. My old colleague. The one person I never thought would be part of this. Why? I asked, voice barely a whisper. Why are you doing this? He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Because you need to understand. This isn't just a game. It's a test. A test. The word felt like a punch to the gut. My hands clenched into fists, nails biting into my palms. What do you want from me? I demanded. I sat on the edge of my bed, the photo album spread across my lap like a secret I wasn't ready to face. The room smelled faintly of damp wood and the faint, bitter tang of stale coffee from earlier. Outside, the wind rattled the window pane, a low, persistent sound that made the walls feel closer than they really were. I ran my fingers over the glossy surface of the picture in front of me, the one where I stood in that park, the one I'd never been to. How many times had I looked at it now? A dozen? More? The image was too clear to dismiss, a snapshot of me smiling under a tree that wasn't in my neighborhood, surrounded by faces I couldn't place. I'd ask myself all the usual questions. Was I losing my mind? Did someone drug me? Had I wandered off in some fugue state? None of it fit. The more I thought about it, the more I felt like the ground beneath me was slipping, like I was standing on quicksand made of memories that weren't mine. I closed the album gently and looked around my apartment. The peeling wallpaper, the crooked bookshelf, the faint outline of a coffee stain on the table, it was all painfully familiar, yet it felt like a stage set, a carefully constructed lie. I rubbed my temples, the dull ache pulsing between my eyebrows intensifying. That's when I heard it, a soft knock. Not the usual hurried tap of a delivery guy, but deliberate, slow, almost hesitant. The sound made me freeze. My breath caught. I hadn't told anyone about the album. No one. Who is it? I called out, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. Just another knock. This time sharper, more insistent. I slid off the bed, the old floorboard creaking under my weight. My feet were bare, cold on the rough carpet. I edged toward the door, heart thudding loud enough to drown out the creaks and knocks. Peeking through the peephole, I saw a woman mid-30s, maybe her face partly shadowed under a wool hat. She looked familiar, but that couldn't be, right? I shook the thought away and stepped back. Who are you? I asked through the door, trying to steady my voice. She hesitated. I think we need to talk, she said, voice low and calm. About the photos. My hands trembled. How do you know about those? She didn't answer right away. Instead, I heard a faint rustling, like she was pulling something from inside her coat. Then she spoke again. I'm someone who knows the truth about you. About what's been done. I wanted to slam the door. Run. Hide. but something in her tone stopped me. "Come in," I said, barely able to trust my own voice. The door creaked open, and she stepped inside, carrying a folder thick with papers. The air shifted, colder somehow, and the faint smell of rain followed her in. She placed the folder on the table and opened it carefully. Inside were more photos, pictures of me in places I'd never visited, with people I'd never met. But also documents, old receipts, hotel keys, even a journal, pages filled with handwriting that wasn't mine. "This isn't just about some strange photos," she said, eyes steady. "Someone's been rewriting your past, fabricating it piece by piece. Not to erase you, but to control what you'll do next." I stared at her. "Why? Who would do that?" She hesitated again, then sighed. "Because you're important. Not just to yourself, but to others. You have connections, people who want to keep you in line. This," she gestured at the folder, "is their way of steering you without you even realizing it." I swallowed hard, the room spinning slightly. "I don't understand. How do they even make this stuff?" She flipped through the journal. "It's meticulous. Staged photos, planted evidence, fake memories seeded through people who act like they know you. It's all designed to make you doubt yourself." I thought about my own reflection in the mirror across the room, the tired eyes, the faint shadows beneath them, the slight twitch at the corner of my mouth that I never noticed before. Was this me? Was this really me? Or just a character in a story someone else was writing? "I'm sorry," she said softly. "I'm here to help you take it back." For the first time in days, maybe weeks, I felt something flicker inside me, a fragile thread of hope. We spent hours going through the folder, piecing together timelines, cross-referencing places and faces, looking for inconsistencies. The rain outside thickened, drumming on the roof like a frantic heartbeat. I learned things I thought I'd forgotten, places I'd actually been, people who truly mattered. The fabricated stories crumbled under the weight of real memories. By dawn, I was exhausted but clearer. The woman, I learned her name was Mara, had helped me understand that the control was subtle but real. It wasn't about violence or threats, it was about manipulation, erasing autonomy one false memory at a time. When she finally left, the early light spilled in through the window, casting soft gold across the worn carpet. I sat back down, the photo album still open on my lap. It no longer felt like a trap but a puzzle one I was starting to solve. The hardest part was accepting that I'd been vulnerable, that my past had been a canvas for someone else's design. But I also knew something else. I was still here. I was still me. I closed the album gently and stood, feeling the rough plaster of the wall beneath my palm. The room was quiet except for the distant bark of a dog and the faint hum of city life waking up. The world was the same, yet nothing felt quite the same anymore. I had reclaimed my past. Now, it was time to decide my future. And this time, I'd write it myself. Story 5, Subway Slip, Descent into Reality Rift. The subway car rocked gently beneath me as the train slipped through the tunnel, the steady hum and rattle folding into the background of my thoughts. I'd taken this route 100 times before, the late-night ride from my office to my cramped apartment on the far side of the city. It was the last train, the one that didn't stop at every station, the one that always felt like a secret everyone else was too tired to notice. The lights flickered overhead, the tired fluorescent bulbs casting a sickly yellow glow that barely kept the darkness at bay. I'd read somewhere that the flicker was caused by voltage fluctuations in the aging grid, but I wasn't sure I believed it. The seats were mostly empty, save for a few scattered passengers. A man sat a few rows ahead, bundled in a threadbare coat, his face buried in a dog-eared paperback. A woman near the door, her eyes glued to a phone screen so bright it made her skin look almost translucent. Two teenagers, whispering and laughing softly, their backpacks spilling out worn notebooks and half-empty water bottles. The usual late-night tableau. I watched the man with the book for a moment. He flipped a page, then stopped, his brow furrowing. The sound of the train shifting on the rails was louder now, a rhythmic clatter that seemed to pulse through the car. I swallowed and looked away, finding myself drawn instead to the window beside me. Darkness pressed close, broken only by the occasional flash of tunnel wall or graffiti scrawled along the trackside. Then, a sharp shudder ran through the train, subtle but definite. The lights flickered again, this time longer, dipping into a brief blackout that sent a ripple of tension through the car. The woman near the door gasped softly, clutching her phone tighter. The teenagers exchanged nervous glances. Even the man with the book closed it, his eyes scanning the dim space around us. Power surge, a voice muttered from somewhere to my left. I turned and saw a young transit worker, his jacket marked with the city logo, standing near the conductor's cabin. He looked as tired as I felt, rubbing his neck as if the sudden flicker had given him a crick. Nothing to worry about, he added, though his voice held a note of uncertainty. Happens sometimes with the old lines. I nodded, but I wasn't convinced. Something about that flicker felt off, like the train had slipped momentarily out of sync with itself. The doors slid open at the next station, but no one got on. The platform was empty, lit by harsh sodium lamps that cast long shadows on the cracked concrete. The quiet was thick, almost too quiet for a city that never truly slept. I glanced around, suddenly aware of how small and isolated the train car felt. The man with the book stood up and stretched, his joints cracking audibly in the silence. Must be some kind of maintenance, he said, though his voice held a hesitant edge. He moved toward the door, hesitated, then sat back down. I watched him, curious despite myself. He seemed different somehow, not quite right. His eyes flicked to the window, but not at the tunnel outside. Instead, he stared at the reflection of the car's interior, as though something there disturbed him. The train lurched again, this time more abruptly. A low vibration hummed beneath my feet, spreading through the metal body of the car and into my bones. The lights dimmed further until the windows became mirrors, reflecting the passengers back at themselves in distorted, ghostly forms. A sudden, sharp ping echoed through the car, like a distant door closing. The man blinked rapidly, looking around as if trying to spot the source. "Did you hear that?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He shook his head. "Hearing things," he said, but I caught the hesitation in his tone. I leaned closer to the window, pressing my forehead against the cold glass. The dark tunnel stretched endlessly behind us, but something was wrong. The usual graffiti wasn't there, no flickers of light from passing trains. It was empty, too empty. My breath fogged the glass, and I wiped it away with my sleeve. The train slowed, the brakes hissing softly as we approached the next stop. The station name blinked on the LED sign overhead, Lexington. When the doors slid open, the platform was deserted. No other passengers, no staff, just cold fluorescent light and the faint smell of mildew. I glanced out, then back at the car. The woman near the door had disappeared. Panic didn't rise immediately, more a creeping confusion, like a puzzle missing its edges. I stared at the empty space she occupied moments before, then at the other passengers. The teenagers still whispered, but the man with the book looked pale. His hands trembled slightly on his knees. "Where did she go?" I finally asked aloud. No one answered. The teenagers exchanged uneasy looks, their voices dropping to whispers. The man with the book shook his head again, as if trying to banish the thought. The train jolted forward abruptly, leaving the empty platform behind. The lights flickered once more, then steadied. The woman was nowhere in sight. I tried to tell myself she must have just stepped off for a moment, maybe into a hidden passage or a maintenance corridor. But the platform had been empty. No one else was there. No sounds of footsteps, no faint echoes. A dry taste coated my tongue, and I swallowed hard. The air inside the car felt thicker now, oppressive in a way I couldn't name. The man reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small notebook, flipping through pages filled with neat, precise handwriting. He paused, then read aloud softly, "Passengers vanish. No trace. Experimental routes. Perception tunnels." I looked at him, startled. "What are you talking about?" He met my eyes, his own wide and unblinking. "I know it sounds crazy, but there are rumors. Hidden lines beneath the city, designed to manipulate. To trap minds." I laughed, a dry, humorless sound. "Sounds like something from a science fiction novel." "Believe what you want," he said quietly. "But if you start noticing things disappearing, people vanishing without a trace, you might want to look closer." The train slowed again, the familiar clatter of the rails growing louder. The next station was mine. I gathered my things, my fingers still trembling slightly. As I stood, I glanced back at the empty spot where the woman had been. The window beside me reflected a pale face, wide-eyed and unsteady. I stepped off the train and onto the platform. The cool air hit me, sharp and real, or at least it felt real. Behind me, the train doors slid shut with a soft hiss. The lights flickered one last time. And then, silence. Complete silence. The silence clung to the platform like a dense fog, pressing against my ears. No distant chatter, no hiss of the train doors reopening. Nothing but the cold hum of the fluorescent lights overhead, flickering with that same uneven rhythm. A dead station. Empty. And the faintest trace of something wrong, like a low-frequency vibration under the soles of my shoes. I looked around. No staff in sight. No other passengers. Just the peeling paint on the walls and the cracked tiles beneath my feet. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. The chill in the air wasn't just temperature, it was something else. A warning, maybe. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. The underground was a black hole for reception, but tonight it felt like the city itself was holding its breath. I tried calling the number the man had given me, but it went straight to voicemail. I left a message anyway, my voice low and steady, though my hands shook. "Hey, it's me. Something's off down here. People disappearing. I don't know what's real anymore." I didn't expect a reply. Not yet. I moved toward the exit, but the stairs leading up to the street were blocked by a temporary metal barrier. A sign taped to it read "Maintenance Closed." I frowned. I hadn't noticed it on the way in. The station was supposed to be open all night. I was stuck. The platform stretched out, empty and sterile. The fluorescent bulbs overhead flickered again, casting long, jittery shadows. I shivered, running my palms over the rough surface of the metal railing. The smell of damp concrete mixed with a faint, metallic tang like rust, but not quite. Something chemical, sharp, invasive. I scanned the tracks. No train in sight. The rails disappeared into a tunnel painted black, swallowing the dim light. The usual buzz of electricity, the static current that always made my hair stand on end, was muted. Almost like the tunnel was cut off from the grid. My thoughts raced back to the man's words, hidden lines beneath the city, designed to manipulate, to trap minds. I wanted to laugh, but the humor stuck in my throat. What if he was right? I took a step back, then stopped. Something caught my eye, a small flicker of movement beyond the far curve of the platform. I squinted. A figure. A woman. She was standing still, staring into the tunnel's maw like she was waiting for something. "Excuse me," I said, voice uneven. "Are you okay?" She didn't respond. Didn't even blink. Her eyes were fixed, glassy. I took another step toward her. "Hey, you've got to come this way. It's not safe here." Slowly, she turned her head. Her expression was blank, almost mechanical. Then, without warning, she stepped toward the tunnel, her body moving with a fluid, unnatural grace. I called after her, but she didn't stop. I hesitated, then followed. The air grew colder, heavier, as we moved closer to the tunnel's mouth. The darkness inside wasn't just black, it was an absence. Like a hole in the world. "Wait." I grabbed her arm. Her skin was cold, almost icy. She didn't pull away. "Do you know what this place is?" I asked, voice low. "Why are you here?" "People have been disappearing." Her lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. Then, she blinked. Slowly, her eyes focused on me again, and for a moment, a flicker of recognition passed through them. "I don't remember," she whispered. "Everything's wrong." A shiver ran through me. I wanted to ask more, but a sudden noise cut through the silence, a faint, rhythmic tapping echoing from deep within the tunnel. It wasn't footsteps. It was deliberate. Mechanical. Calculated. "Did you hear that?" I said. She nodded, her face paling. "We shouldn't stay here," she said, voice barely audible. Together, we stepped back toward the platform. The tapping followed us, growing louder, echoing off the walls. I glanced behind and caught a glimpse of a shadow moving just out of sight. Not quite human. Not quite machine. My chest tightened. The woman reached out and grabbed my arm. "Listen," she said urgently. "There's a pattern to this. People vanish at specific times. It's like the train, the station, it's all part of something bigger. Something designed." I frowned. "Designed by who?" Her eyes darted nervously. "Not sure. But it's not random. And it's not natural." A sudden crackle from the station's old intercom startled us both. A voice, distorted and cold, announced the next train would arrive in 3 minutes. But the voice wasn't the usual friendly automated message. It was clipped, emotionless, almost threatening. "We need to get off this platform before that train comes," the woman said quickly. "Because when it does, people disappear. Not just here, on other lines too. It's systematic." I nodded, heart hammering. My mind reeled. This wasn't just about missing passengers. It was an experiment. A trap. A maze of shifting realities designed to confuse, manipulate, and imprison. "Do you have a plan?" I asked. She hesitated, then pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her coat pocket. It was a hand-drawn map, messy but detailed. Several subway lines were crossed out or circled in red, with notes written in cramped, hurried script. "I've been tracking the disappearances," she said. "Trying to find a pattern, a way out. I think there are hidden tunnels off the book's routes that the system uses to switch reality, to trap people in simulations. And once you're in, it's nearly impossible to prove the outside world's real." My stomach churned. I glanced back toward the tunnel's dark mouth. The tapping had stopped. Silence again. "Why are you helping me?" I asked quietly. She shrugged, a tired, haunted gesture. Because I don't want to be next. I swallowed, the bitter tang of fear rising in my throat. The train was due any second now. The platform lights flickered again, the hum rising in volume. Whatever was coming wasn't just another train. We need to move, she said, grabbing my hand. The paper crinkled sharply between us. Together, we hurried toward the far end of the platform. The tapping resumed, faster, sharper, like a countdown. A faint rumble shook the ground beneath our feet. The tunnel ahead brightened for a moment, revealing something impossible, a second set of rails branching off into a narrow, unmarked passage lined with flickering screens and cables. This is it, she breathed. The hidden line. My mouth went dry. The flickering screen showed distorted images, faces, places, moments that felt familiar but wrong. People smiling, then fading. Scenes shifting like a bad dream. I don't want to go in, I said, voice trembling. No one does, she replied. But if we don't, we'll disappear anyway. A distant voice crackled through the intercom again, this time almost a whisper. Board now. Step into the future. The train arrived with a hiss and a flood of harsh white light. The doors slid open, revealing empty seats and a sterile interior that seemed to pulse with a cold life of its own. I looked at her. She nodded once. We stepped inside. The doors closed behind us with a soft, final thud. And then the train moved not forward, but sideways, slipping quietly onto the hidden line. The world outside began to dissolve. Or maybe it never existed. The tapping grew louder. The screens flickered wildly. And I realized the nightmare was only just beginning. The moment we stepped onto the hidden track, the air changed. It wasn't just colder. It was thinner, like breathing through a damp cloth. The hum from the main tunnel dulled to a low, distant buzz, replaced by a strange crackling, almost static, coming from the flickering monitors lining the walls. My skin prickled, goosebumps racing up my arms despite the suffocating heat that had been building inside me since the last train disappeared. She didn't let go of my hand. I noticed the way her fingers squeezed mine, hard enough to hurt, like she was anchoring herself as much as me. Her eyes were wide, darting from screen to screen. Faces, places, memories, only none of them felt real anymore. The edges blurred like watercolors bleeding into one another. This isn't just some secret route, she whispered, voice barely audible over the crackle. It's an experiment. A trap. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of panic in my mouth. A trap? For what? Who? She shook her head, eyes locked on a flickering image of a man smiling from a cafe terrace. Not who. What? The line tests perception, bends it until you can't tell truth from simulation. They want to keep minds busy, confused, trapped in this endless loop. I glanced over my shoulder at the main tunnel, now just a faint glow far behind us. The platform where I'd last seen the faces disappear. The thought that I might never get back made my stomach turn. I almost pulled away, tried to run, but her grip held me fast. Think about it, she said, voice rough. The people who vanish aren't lost. They're rerouted into these reality tunnels. Each one tailored to keep them distracted, compliant. No proof of the outside world. No way out. I shivered, the idea settling like a cold weight in my chest. But why? Who's behind this? Her jaw tightened. Government contractors. Private firms. Whoever's paying for the experiments, it's big and it's secret. We walked deeper into the narrow passage. The screen shifted faster now, images cycling through distorted memories and everyday scenes. A child blowing out birthday candles. A man fishing on a lake. A woman sitting alone at a diner. Every scene paused just before something went wrong. Faces blurred, smiles faltered, then flickered out completely. I felt dizzy, the walls seeming to close in. The cables overhead buzzed with energy, shadows dancing like restless ghosts. I swallowed again, bitter and dry. "Look," she said, pointing to a monitor showing something different, a map, layers of subway lines tangled like a web, with one route highlighted in bright red. "That's the core. The experimental line. The one that controls the others." I leaned in, tracing the route with my eyes. "So if we're on it, we're inside the heart of it all?" She nodded grimly. "Exactly. And there's no turning back." The tapping noise from before returned, faster now, echoing through the tunnel like a countdown. My hand trembled inside hers. I wanted to pull away, run back to the main line, but the path behind us blurred, the glow swallowing the exit. The screens flickered, and the walls seemed to ripple, as if the tunnel itself was alive. I tried to focus on my breathing, steadying myself against the rising tide of panic. How do we know this isn't just another simulation? What if this is exactly what they want us to think? She gave me a bitter smile. That's the point. They want you doubting reality. No one can prove what's real anymore. Once you're inside, you're stuck in layers of perception, like a maze with no exit. The thought hit me like a punch. Stuck. Trapped. Forever lost in a shifting illusion. I swallowed hard, the taste of fear thick on my tongue. Suddenly, a voice crackled from a speaker hidden in the ceiling, distorted and cold. Unauthorized presence detected. You are on a restricted experimental route. Return immediately or face containment protocols. Her grip tightened. They know we're here. My heart hammered so loudly I was sure they'd hear it through the walls. Containment protocols? What does that even mean? Psychological lockdown. Isolation. Sensory overload. They break you down until you comply. The flickering screens went dark in unison, plunging us into a shadowed silence that pressed against my ears. The only sound was the tapping, now a relentless drum inside my skull. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the suffocating pressure. There has to be a way out. She shook her head slowly, voice low but firm. Once you cross this line, you're committed. No stepping back. No exits. You either adapt or disappear. I felt the first sting of tears, bitter and hot. The cold was inside me now, chilling my bones. Why are you telling me this? I asked, voice cracking. Why take the risk? She looked at me then, the flicker of something softer in her eyes. Because you're already part of it. And because you deserve to know the truth before they erase you too. A sudden jolt shook the tunnel. The lights flickered back on, revealing a figure standing at the far end. Not a passenger. Not a guard. Something else entirely, a man in a lab coat, face obscured by shadows, watching us. His presence made the air thicker, heavier, like the moment before a storm breaks. He spoke, voice calm and clinical. You are beyond the point of no return. Compliance is mandatory. I swallowed, the bitter taste of finality burning my throat. There was no turning back. No escape. Only forward, deeper into the unknown. The man in the lab coat didn't move. Compliance is mandatory, he said again, voice flat, clinical. No threat in his tone, just a statement of fact. Like I was a specimen under observation, not a person. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. What happens if I don't comply? He lifted his head just enough to reveal a faint scar tracing along his jawline, but his eyes stayed hidden beneath the brim of the coat's collar. Non-compliance results in reassignment. You will cease to exist in this environment. The words hit me like a punch. Cease to exist. Not death, not disappearance, something worse, something I couldn't even wrap my mind around. The cold that had settled in my bones now felt like ice crystallizing in my chest. I glanced at the woman next to me. Her eyes were sharp, alert, but not afraid, more resigned, like she'd been through this before. Reassignment, she repeated quietly. They erase you. Not with violence, but with perception. You get trapped in a loop, a simulation. You lose yourself before you lose your body. My hands trembled. The subway car seemed to shrink around us, the walls closing in like a vice. I couldn't decide if the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of the wheels on the tracks was louder or if my heartbeat had just accelerated beyond reason. How many people have disappeared like this? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. A lot, she said. More than you think. The tunnels aren't just tracks. They're experiments designed to manipulate perception, to trap minds. You vanish because your mind is trapped, lost in endless simulations where the outside world doesn't exist. I blinked, trying to steady the spinning in my head. It felt like the floor beneath me had turned to liquid. Why would anyone do this? Who's behind it? The man in the lab coat took a slow step forward. The flickering lights caught his face just enough for me to see his eyes, cold, calculating, utterly detached. Control. To understand the limits of human perception. To create a system where reality can be dictated and manipulated. You are part of an ongoing study. A low hum began to rise from the tracks, like a machine powering up deep underground. The woman grabbed my arm, her grip firm. We don't have much time. Where? I demanded, heart banging against my ribs. She nodded toward the end of the car, where a narrow door had slid open, revealing a dark corridor. The walls on either side were covered in wires and blinking panels, something out of a forgotten tech nightmare. The faint smell of burnt plastic mixed with the acrid tang of machine oil filled the air. That's the entrance to the deeper tunnels, she said. The ones they don't want people to find. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed to run the other way, back toward the platform, toward the familiar chaos of the city. But I knew better. They would never let me go. Not now. My fingers brushed against the cold metal rail as I stepped toward the corridor. The hum grew louder, vibrating through my bones. The walls seemed to pulse, alive with electricity and secrets. Wait, I said, voice shaking. If I go in there, what happens to you? Her eyes softened for a moment. I'm already lost to them. This is my last chance to warn someone. You have to see it for yourself. The door slid shut behind us with a hiss that echoed down the tunnel. The lights overhead dimmed to a bluish hue, casting strange shadows that twisted and moved at the edges of my vision. The air was colder here, and the silence pressed down like a physical weight. We walked in silence, the only sound our footsteps on the cracked concrete floor. The wires lining the walls hummed with life, and every few feet, screens flickered to life showing distorted images, faces that shifted and melted, landscapes that warped impossibly. Those are the simulations, she said softly. Fragments of trapped minds. They show you what your captors want you to see. To keep you pacified. A sudden vibration ran through the floor, and the lights flickered violently. My stomach lurched. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to focus. The woman stopped at a junction where the corridor split into two narrow paths. This way leads deeper, she said, pointing left. The other leads back to the surface, but the surface is a lie. A controlled illusion. You won't know the difference. I looked down both paths. The left was darker, the hum louder. The right was faintly lit, but the screens there showed empty stations, empty trains, perfectly clean, sterile. Too perfect. Which do I choose? I whispered. Her face was unreadable. The truth is never easy, but it's the only way out. My breath hitched. I could feel my pulse in my ears, the taste of cold metal on my tongue. For a moment, I thought of turning back, of climbing out of this nightmare and pretending none of it ever happened. But I knew I couldn't. Not after seeing what I had. Not after hearing that man's voice, so calm, so certain. I stepped left. The corridor narrowed, the walls closing in. The hum rose to a low roar, vibrating through my chest. The screens flickered faster now, showing flashes of faces, some familiar, some not, trapped in endless loops of terror and confusion. Suddenly, a voice crackled through a speaker overhead. Mechanical, emotionless. You are entering restricted experimental zones. Compliance is mandatory. Resistance will result in reassignment. I froze, the words sinking deep. Resistance. Reassignment. The thin line between survival and oblivion. The woman squeezed my shoulder. Keep moving. Ahead, the corridor twisted sharply, and the temperature dropped. My breath came out in shallow puffs. The walls seemed to breathe, contracting and expanding in a rhythm I couldn't predict. Then, a door appeared, no handle, no visible lock, just a smooth, metallic surface shimmering faintly under the bluish light. This is it, she said. Beyond this door is the heart of the experiment. The core where reality is rewritten. I ran my fingers over the cold metal. It felt almost liquid, like it was waiting for me to make a choice. Are you ready? She asked. I nodded, though my hands trembled. The truth waited inside, but so did whatever came after. I pressed my palm flat against the door. It rippled under my skin like water, then slid open silently. The air beyond was thick, electric. A wave of nausea hit me. The world shifted, textures dissolving into pixels, sounds warping into static. Colors bled and reformed in impossible patterns. I stumbled forward, caught between two realities, the line between what was real and what was simulation blurring until I wasn't sure if I was even myself anymore. And then I saw it. The subway car was quiet now. So quiet that I could hear the scraping of the wheels along the rails beneath the floor and the faint hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. The air smelled faintly of damp concrete and old metal, a scent that clung to the back of my throat. I wiped the sweat from my brow with the sleeve of my jacket and looked around the dim interior. Empty seats, a few scattered pieces of trash, no sign of the others. No sign of anyone at all. I sat down heavily, the vinyl seat cold beneath me. The silence stretched, thick and oppressive. I wanted to believe it was over, that I had somehow escaped the nightmare of those tunnels, the shifting, endless labyrinths designed to trap minds, to erase the line between real and simulated. But the truth settled like a stone in my stomach. I wasn't sure what was real anymore. Maybe I never was. It started hours ago. I remembered the first vanishing, the flicker in the air, the way the subway seemed to breathe and pulse like a living thing. People disappeared without a trace, swallowed by some hidden passage the city hid beneath its skin. At first, I thought it was a trick, a prank, or a malfunction of my own senses. But the evidence mounted too clearly. The tunnels weren't just tracks, they were cages, traps built by people who had no qualms about bending perception until you lost yourself entirely. My hands trembled slightly as I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. The underground swallowed everything, even the faint promise of connection. The screen's glow was pale and flickering, like a dying candle. I tried calling, texting, anything. Nothing. The digital world was as dead here as the real one felt. I remembered Anna's voice, soft and urgent, the way she'd whispered about the reality tunnels back when I thought she was just paranoid. How wrong I'd been to dismiss her. She wasn't imagining it. She was warning me. The train jolted slightly, a reminder that the world outside still moved, indifferent. The lights flickered again, then steadied. I stood, pacing the narrow aisle, the sound of my footsteps echoing. A sudden cold draft brushed past me, carrying with it the distant, indistinct murmur of voices. My heart hammered. Not hallucination. Someone else was here. I moved toward the door, pressing my ear against the cold metal. The voices were clearer now, a low conversation just beyond the threshold. I hesitated. The door controls were unresponsive. Of course. I was trapped. Then I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer near the end of the car, like heat rising off pavement on a summer day. The edge of a doorway, a sliver of a tunnel that wasn't on any map, glowing with a strange, artificial light. That was the exit, if I could call it that. The entrance to one of the secret routes. I swallowed hard. Stepping through could mean disappearing forever into another simulation, another loop of manufactured reality. Staying in isolation, slow suffocation in a void of silence and shadows. Neither choice felt like freedom. But I couldn't stay. I had to confront it, the architects of this maze, whoever they were. The ones who toyed with perception like children with a puzzle. I reached out, fingers brushing the shimmering veil. It felt like static, cold and electric. I stepped through. The world shifted immediately. The air grew colder, sharper. The space around me expanded and contracted like a living lung. I was no longer on the subway but in a narrow corridor lined with smooth, featureless walls that absorbed sound. The voices grew louder, more distinct, human, but controlled, rehearsed almost. The scent of sterile bleach mingled with something metallic, like old machinery. I moved forward cautiously, each step measured. At the corridor's end, a door slid open silently. Beyond it, a room filled with screens, wires, and blinking consoles. Men and women in plain clothes sat monitoring data, their faces drawn and tired. They looked up as I entered, startled. "Who are you?" one woman asked, voice tight. "I'm someone who got lost," I said, voice shaking. "I want to know what this place is. What you're doing down here." They exchanged glances, a mixture of wariness and something like pity. The man nearest me sighed and gestured to a chair. "You don't belong here. None of you do. This," he gestured around the room, "is an experiment in perception control. The tunnels are designed to trap minds, to study responses, to push limits. But it's gone too far. People vanish, and we lose track of them. Why? Who approved this?" I asked, voice rising to spite myself. "Not us," the woman said bitterly. "We're just technicians, caught in the middle. The higher-ups see it as data, not lives. That's why the disappearances happen. The simulations reset, and the subjects get stuck. They can't prove the outside world is real because the tunnels distort their perception." I sank into the chair, the weight of it pressing down. It was worse than I imagined. A labyrinth with no exit, a mind prison built by human hands and cold ambition. "Can I get out?" I asked quietly. The man looked at me, eyes tired but resolute. "Yes. But you have to want it. You have to remember who you are beyond the illusions. Hold on to the things that no simulation can replicate, your memories, your fears, your doubts. It's the only way to resist being swallowed. I nodded slowly, feeling a strange calm settle over me. They weren't my captors. They were trapped in their own way, witnesses to the cost of this experiment. But I was still free to choose. I stood, the resolve solidifying. I would hold on to reality, even if it meant questioning every sense, every moment. I would fight the tunnels with the one thing they couldn't replicate, my own fractured but stubborn mind. The door slid open again, and I stepped back into the corridor. The shimmer of the subway tunnel waited at the other end. I didn't hesitate this time. When the train doors hissed open at the station moments later, I was the only passenger waiting on the platform. The night air was cold and biting, carrying the distant bark of a dog and the faint smell of rain on pavement. The city was real. I was real. I could prove it because I still questioned it. I walked away, the subway's distant rumble fading behind me. My hands were steady now, my breath even. The tunnels would still be there, lurking beneath the city's skin, but I was no longer afraid of losing myself in them. The world outside had its own shadows, sure, but at least I could see them. And that was enough. Story 6, Forest's Twisted Path, Nature's Hidden Maze. The air was cooler than I expected for early October, sharp enough to make my breath puff out like smoke, but not cold enough to numb my fingers. The path curved ahead, a narrow dirt ribbon flanked by oaks and maples turning golden rust. Leaves cracked and crunched underfoot. I liked the sound. It was real, honest, simple. No hum of engines, no chatter of other hikers, just me in the forest. I'd done this kind of solo walk plenty of times, enough to trust my instincts, mostly. Still, there was a little knot of tension in my stomach, a whisper I brushed aside. Maybe it was the cold, or maybe the quiet. Or both. Something about the way the trail twisted caught me off guard. It wasn't just a gentle bend, it looped back on itself in a way that felt unnatural, like the forest was folding in on itself. I stopped and glanced back the way I'd come. The path disappeared into dense undergrowth, branches scraping against one another like fingers. The light shifted, too dim, too sudden, and the smell of damp earth deepened, a rich loam mixed with something else I couldn't place. Faint, metallic. Maybe just iron from the soil, or old rust. I shook the thought away, telling myself it was nothing. I kept walking. The trail narrowed further, and the trees grew closer together, trunks thick and knotted, branches tangled like they were holding secrets. My boots slipped slightly on a mossy patch, and I caught myself against a tree, fingers grazing bark cool and rough. It felt alive under my touch, almost breathing. I blinked. Ridiculous. The cell phone in my pocket buzzed, a weak signal, barely there. I pulled it out and squinted at the screen. 1 bar. Texts from my sister, unread. I tapped the screen, hoping for a stronger connection to check the time or the map. Nothing. Just the little spinning wheel, mocking me. Frustration curled in my chest. I wasn't keen on being unreachable, but it was part of the plan. I told my sister where I was going, expected to be back by sundown. If she got worried, she'd call the ranger station. I shoved the phone back in and focused on the path, which now seemed almost deliberately twisted, like a maze. The trees leaned in close, and the light flickered through the canopy in uneven patches. I could hear something, a faint noise, like the rustle of fabric or a low murmur, but it was gone when I stopped and listened. Probably a squirrel, or the wind. Still, the hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I reminded myself, it's just the forest. Nothing more. After a while, the trail opened into a small clearing. Dead leaves carpeted the ground, disturbed in places as if someone had dragged something or tripped. My eyes caught on a piece of fabric snagged on a low branch, a tattered strip of orange nylon, faded and frayed. It looked like part of a backpack or a vest. I knelt and touched it, the fibers rough and brittle. A chill went through me, but I couldn't say why. It was just debris, maybe left behind by other hikers or a careless camper. I stood and scanned the edges of the clearing. That's when I saw them, small markings on the trunks of several trees. Not the usual blazes or trail signs, but crude scratches, shallow and uneven, almost like tally marks. I counted 6 on one tree, 3 on another. They didn't look recent but not old either, maybe a few weeks or months. Someone had been here before me, and they'd left these marks deliberately. Hello? My voice sounded too loud, cracking in the stillness. No reply. Nothing. I glanced down the trail beyond the clearing. The trees thinned slightly, revealing a narrow path that twisted again, sharper this time, heading deeper into the woods. Part of me told me to turn back, to retrace my steps and stick to the well-trodden trails. But curiosity settled in my chest, heavy and insistent. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe a lost hiker? A search party that got turned around? The thought made my throat tight. I'd read about people disappearing in forests like this, stories that always ended badly. Still, I'd never believed those stories, not really. Not until now. The fading light made shadows dance in the underbrush, and the temperature dropped noticeably. I zipped my jacket all the way up and pulled my hat lower over my forehead. The scent of wet pine and damp earth was stronger here, almost overwhelming. My boots pressed into soggy soil, sucking at each step with a quiet squelch. A sudden snap echoed somewhere behind me. I whipped around, heart thudding. Nothing. Just a fallen branch, maybe, or an animal scurrying away. I told myself to breathe, slow down. My hands trembled a little. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, a flash of something pale, maybe a jacket, just beyond a thick clump of bushes. I blinked. Gone. Could have been a trick of the light or my imagination playing tricks. But the thought stayed with me. I took a deep breath and kept moving forward, eyes darting between the path and the trees. The scratches on the trunks seemed to multiply, like someone had been marking the way or warning. I wondered if I should make my own mark, leave a sign for anyone who might find me, but the urge passed quickly. I didn't want to disturb whatever order this forest had. The trail curved again, sharper still, leading into a narrow gully where the trees leaned in so close their branches tangled overhead, blotting out the sky. The air felt heavier here, damp and thick, carrying a faint, sour tang I couldn't identify. My boots slipped once, twice, on slick moss and wet leaves. My breath came out in short bursts, and I could hear the sound of my heartbeat in my ears. I paused to listen. Silence. Complete silence. Then, just ahead, I spotted something else, a small, makeshift sign nailed to a tree. The wood was old, splintered at the edges, and scrawled across it in shaky black letters were the words, "Help us." I stared, mouth dry, fingers clenched tight against the bark. The forest seemed to hold its breath around me. The path, the marks, the fabric, the sign, they weren't random. Someone had been here, and they hadn't left by choice. I swallowed hard and took a step forward. Maybe I should go back. Maybe I should call out again. But the trail bent once more, and the forest seemed to watch with quiet patience, waiting to see what I'd do next. I stood frozen, my hands still pressed against the rough bark of the tree, staring at the faded sign nailed there. I glanced down the path again. It twisted sharply just beyond the tree, almost impossibly so, as if it didn't want anyone to follow. The faint scent of rot lingered on the breeze, mixed with something metallic. I squinted but couldn't tell if it was blood or rust. I shook my head. Probably just my imagination. Or maybe one of those old cans crushed underfoot, long forgotten. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me. The forest had swallowed any trace of birdsong or wind. Even the usual rustle of squirrels and chipmunks was absent. Just a steady drip of water from leaves, landing softly on the mossy floor, punctuating the silence like a slow, deliberate heartbeat. I tried my phone again. No signal. The screen blinked no service, stubbornly refusing to connect. Of course. The deeper I went, the more isolated I became. I should have turned back hours ago, but curiosity held me rooted in place. Maybe it was stubbornness, or a need to prove to myself that I wasn't imagining things. I took a deep breath, steadying my hands, and stepped forward. The path narrowed, the undergrowth closing in tighter. Branches scraped against my jacket, cold and wet, dragging leaves and dirt down my arms. My boots sank slightly in the soft earth, damp and spongy beneath every step. The sour smell grew stronger, more distinct, like something decaying, but I still couldn't place it. Then I saw it, a scrap of cloth caught on a low branch, faded and frayed. Pale blue, maybe once part of a shirt or jacket. I reached out, hesitating, fingers trembling slightly as I untangled it. The fabric was stiff and crusted with dirt. It smelled faintly of sweat and mildew. I folded it carefully and stuffed it into my pack. Someone was definitely here, I muttered, voice low, almost a whisper. Not just a sign. A rustle to my right made me freeze again. I whipped my head around, eyes scanning the dark shadows between the trees. Nothing. Just a squirrel darting up a trunk. Or maybe a bird taking flight. The quiet returned instantly, as if the forest was mocking me. I shook off the unease and kept moving. The trail bent sharply again, this time opening onto a small clearing. Moonlight spilled through an opening in the canopy, silver and cold, casting long, flickering shadows. The air here was colder, the dampness more pronounced. I noticed something on the ground, a cluster of footprints, muddied and half erased by the night's dampness. I crouched to study them. They weren't mine. Too large and oddly spaced. Someone had been moving here recently. I traced the prints with a finger, heart picking up speed. They led up the path into the thicker trees, where the darkness seemed to swallow everything whole. A sudden snap of a twig shattered the stillness. I leapt up, breath catching in my throat. The sound came again, closer this time, slow, deliberate steps breaking twigs underfoot. My pulse hammered so loudly I was sure it would give me away. Hello? I called out, voice cracking. Is someone there? No answer. Just the echo of my own voice bouncing back between the trees. I should have turned back. I should have. But I didn't. I couldn't. Whatever was out here, I had to find out what it was. Someone had left those signs and scraps. Were they lost? Hurt? Or worse? My fingers grazed the edge of my backpack, searching for the small flashlight I always carried. The beam cut through the shadows, revealing a narrow, barely visible trail veering off from the clearing. It looked less traveled, overgrown with brambles and thorny bushes. I hesitated. A sudden rustling behind me made me whirl around. Nothing but the trees. Yet the hairs on my neck stood on end. I whispered, "Okay, focus. It's just a forest. You're alone. You've done this before." But the truth was, I hadn't. Not like this. I stepped onto the overgrown path, the branches clawing at my jacket and hair. The forest closed in tighter, the moonlight thinning until I was walking in near darkness. The flashlight flickered once, then steadied. Ahead, I spotted something tangled in the underbrush, a torn piece of paper, yellowed and damp. I knelt to retrieve it, heart thrumming. The ink was smudged, but I could make out a few words. Found water, south, wait for help. A chill slid down my spine. Someone had left this message, hoping it might be found. The thought was both hopeful and terrifying. I stuffed the paper in my pocket and pressed on, senses sharp and nerves taut. Every crackle of leaves, every distant rustle felt magnified, like a warning. Then, from deeper in the shadows, I heard it, a quiet breathing. Not my own. Slow, measured, almost deliberate. I froze, the flashlight trembling in my hand. The breath came again, closer now. I could hear the soft scrape of fabric, the faint crunch of leaves underfoot. Who's there? I demanded, voice steadier than I felt. Show yourself. Silence. Then a whisper, barely audible, as if tarried on the wind, don't follow. My heart hammered against my ribs, sweat prickling my skin despite the chill. I scanned the darkness, but saw nothing, only the oppressive blackness pressing in from all sides. I swallowed hard. Fear tangled with frustration. Was this a prank? A warning? Or something more sinister? The idea that someone else was watching, waiting, maybe even trailing me, settled like a stone in my stomach. I backed away slowly, eyes darting between the shadows. The forest seemed to close behind me, swallowing the faint path I'd followed. I needed to get back. To safety. To signal someone. But the way was gone. I was lost. And I wasn't alone. The forest didn't just swallow the path the way I'd feared. I spun slowly, flashlight beam jittering, trying to catch any sign of movement. Nothing. No eyes glinting back at me, no shape shifting between trees. Just the low groan of the wind threading through branches and the occasional snap of a twig breaking under an unseen footstep. My ears, sharp from the silence, picked up a faint, rhythmic thud. Not my pulse, something else. A distant tapping, steady and deliberate, echoing from deeper in the woods. Don't follow, the whisper had said. But where else was I supposed to go? The forest had swallowed the way back, and my phone was a dead blotch of useless plastic in my pocket. I swallowed hard, chest tightening. The rational part of me fought to stay in control. I told myself it was just someone else out here, maybe lost, maybe playing a game, or worse, someone waiting to scare off hikers like me. But then the signs I'd seen earlier, the torn fabric snagged on a branch, the hastily scrawled initials carved into bark, the abandoned water bottle half buried beneath leaves, those weren't random. Someone had been here. Someone desperate. I took a tentative step forward, crunching dry leaves underfoot. The tapping grew louder, closer. Then it stopped. Silence again. Complete silence. I reached out, brushing my hand against a tree trunk, rough and cold, the bark flaking off into splinters. The faint smell of damp earth mixed with something else, faint, metallic, like rust or dried blood. I jerked back, fingers trembling. Maybe my imagination was playing tricks, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this forest was older, darker than I'd thought. Not in some fairy tale way, but in the way of places where people had lost themselves before. My eyes adjusted to the dark patches between trees, and I caught a glimpse of something, a scrap of cloth, caught high in a thorny bush. The fabric was faded, stained. I recognized the pattern from the jacket I'd seen hanging on a branch a mile back, the same jacket I'd assumed was left behind by the missing search party. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. They hadn't just vanished. They'd been here. Maybe still were. And whoever or whatever was with them was still out there. I tried the phone again. No signal. Not even a flicker. The screen glowed uselessly in my palm. I stuffed it back into my jacket, the weight suddenly more of a burden than a lifeline, Okay, I whispered to myself. Think. You can still find a way out. But the forest had other plans. The trees seemed to lean in, branches clawing at my jacket and hair. The air grew colder. The ground beneath my boots changed, from dry leaves to wet mud, squelching between my toes. Every step felt heavier, more deliberate. Like the forest was pushing back. Then the whisper came again. This time, closer. Right behind me. Leave. I whipped around. Nothing. But I wasn't alone. I could feel it, the weight of eyes on my back, invisible but undeniable. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising in the chill. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs refused to move. I was trapped. I remembered the makeshift markers I'd seen earlier, scratches on bark, broken twigs arranged oddly along the path. They weren't just signs of someone lost, they were warnings. I'd been too blind to notice before, but now they felt like the language of fear, desperate and raw. I crouched down, scanning the ground. Beneath a pile of leaves, I found a crumpled piece of paper, damp but legible. Someone had scrawled a message in hurried, uneven handwriting. They watch. No one leaves. That was it. The truth hit me like a cold slap. This wasn't about getting lost. It was about being kept here. About a presence that didn't want me to leave. Not because it was supernatural. Because it was human. And humans could be far worse than any ghost story. My hands trembled as I stuffed the note into my pocket. I needed to keep moving, but every instinct screamed to stay put. If there was someone or something out here watching, I was a sitting target. I had no idea who they were or what they wanted, only that they were patient and cruel enough to stalk the forest like a predator. I forced myself up, stepping carefully over roots and mud. The faint tapping started again, this time accompanied by a soft rustling, like fabric brushing against leaves, footsteps muffled but deliberate. I stopped. Listened. Why are you doing this? I whispered, more to myself than anyone else. No answer. Just the forest's cold breath, and the sense that I'd crossed a point of no return. Whatever path I'd been following had twisted into a trap, and now, the only way forward was deeper into the unknown. I glanced back once more. The darkness swallowed the way I'd come, erasing any hope of retreat. The forest was silent again, but I could feel it pressing in, waiting. I took a shaky breath and stepped forward. The night wasn't just dark. It was alive. And I was its prey. Branches scraped like restless fingers against my skin, each snapped twig a whispered warning. My heart pounded louder than the wind, but still I moved, drawn by an unseen pulse pulsing just beyond the shadows, something watching, waiting to reveal itself. My hands trembled as I brushed aside a low-hanging branch, the bark rough against my fingers. Why was this happening? Why me? The path beneath my boots twisted unnaturally, every turn sharper, every shadow darker. Somewhere ahead, the faint scent of damp earth mixed with something else, smoke. Or maybe just the smell of wet leaves rotting. It made my stomach churn. The cell signal, which had been flickering like a dying candle, vanished completely. No GPS, no calls, no help. Just silence. Complete silence. I stopped again, chest rising and falling unevenly, listening. The rustling grew louder, closer, but I couldn't see a thing beyond the thick tangle of branches. Who's there? I whispered. The words felt fragile, like they might shatter if I said them too loud. Nothing answered. Just the forest, and the darkness pressing in like a living thing. I forced myself to move forward, one careful step after another, trying to stay on the path. The ground was slick with mud, and I slipped once, catching myself on a tree trunk. My gloves were damp, the fabric cold and clammy. I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue. A faint glow flickered ahead like a flashlight struggling against the night. I paused, heart hammering. If someone was out here, why hadn't they called out? Why hadn't they made themselves visible? The glow bobbed slightly, then vanished. My breath caught. I told myself I was imagining it, but the feeling didn't go away. The idea of being watched wasn't just in my head anymore. It felt real. Immediate. A sudden crack, sharp and close, made me jump. My eyes darted left, catching a flash of movement. Something or someone slipped behind a tree. My voice came out rough. Please. I'm not here to cause trouble. No reply. Only the forest's cold, indifferent gaze. I reached into my pack, fingers fumbling for the small flashlight I'd brought as a backup. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a narrow stretch of the path ahead. That's when I saw it, scratches on the bark of a tree, fresh and deep. Not random, but deliberate. A message? A warning? Closer to the ground, I noticed something else, a crumpled piece of paper trapped beneath a pile of wet leaves. I knelt, brushing them aside carefully, the flashlight shaking slightly in my grasp. The paper was soaked, edges torn, but I could make out a few words scrawled in hurried handwriting. Help, lost, don't trust. The rest was smudged beyond recognition. My throat tightened. These weren't just signs of a lost hiker. This was something darker. Someone had been here before me, trapped in this twisting maze, and they'd been afraid. Really afraid. A sudden rustling to my right made me snap the flashlight in that direction. The beam caught a figure, a man. He stood still, half hidden behind a thick trunk, eyes fixed on me. His face was pale, sweat slicking his forehead, mouth set in a grim line. "Hey," I said, voice trembling. "Are you lost?" He didn't answer. Instead, he took a slow step forward. His hands were empty, fingers twitching. There was something unhinged in his stare, wild and desperate. The air between us thickened, heavy with tension. "I'm just trying to get out," I added quickly, hoping to calm him. "You? Are you with the search party?" A harsh laugh escaped him, brittle and bitter. "Search party? No. No one's coming. Not for us." The words sent a cold spike through my ribs. "What do you mean?" He shook his head, eyes darting nervously around the trees, as if the shadows were closing in. "They watch. They wait. You don't belong here." "Who? Who's watching?" My voice cracked. He took another step, closer now, but not threatening. More like haunted. "You'll find out soon enough. Just keep moving. Don't stop." His breath came out ragged, smelling of sweat and something sour. I wanted to ask more, to understand, but the forest swallowed the conversation whole. Somewhere deeper, a branch snapped, a warning or a threat. I couldn't tell. The man looked back toward the path, urgency bleeding into his movements. "Come on," he urged. "This way." Against every instinct, I followed him, the beam of my flashlight bouncing over roots and low branches. The path twisted even tighter here, forcing us to squeeze through narrow gaps between trees. I stumbled again, catching myself on a mossy rock. The man didn't slow down, his breath short and sharp. "Wait," I whispered. "Who are you? What happened here?" He didn't answer. Just moved faster, dragging me along by the sleeve of my jacket. I could smell the dampness of his clothes, the crime of someone who hadn't slept in days. The forest seemed to close around us, shadows stretching like fingers, the air thick with decay and something more ominous, fear. A sudden clearing opened ahead, moonlight spilling over a small, abandoned campsite. Tents collapsed, gear scattered, and a makeshift fire pit cold and empty. I recognized the scene from one of the faded photos I'd seen earlier. This had to be the lost party's last stop. The man stopped, breathing heavily. "They came here," he said hoarsely. "But none left." I scanned the area, heart hammering. A discarded backpack lay on its side, its contents spilled out: empty water bottles, a cracked compass, a ruined map. The ground was churned up, as if people had struggled here. Something moved in the trees again, just beyond the clearing's edge. I froze, flashlight beam trembling as I swung it toward the sound. A figure slipped behind a tree, disappearing before I could get a clear look. "Did you see that?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. The man nodded, eyes wide. "They're close. Closer than you think." "Who are they?" I pressed. He looked at me then, a flicker of pain and warning in his gaze. "People. Like us, but different. They don't want us found. Don't want us to leave." A cold sweat broke over me. The thought of human predators lurking in the woods was worse than any wild animal, any storm. The silence that followed was heavy, oppressive. "We have to keep moving," the man said urgently. "Daylight's gone. And they'll come out soon." I glanced back toward the path, now swallowed by night. No signal, no way out. Just the twisted forest and the shadowed threat closing in. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Lead the way." As we slipped into the darkness, every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, became a countdown. Something was hunting us. And it wasn't going to stop until one of us was gone. The night wasn't just alive anymore. It was hunting. And I was running out of time. We moved through the night like ghosts, shadows folding into shadows, the man's voice low and urgent beside me. The man's warning echoed in my mind: "They don't want us found. Don't want us to leave." I tried to imagine who they could be. Lost hikers? Desperate hunters? Or something else entirely? The thought of people alive, calculating, and hidden, lurking in these woods was a different kind of terror. It wasn't the wilderness that frightened me anymore. It was what hid within it. I asked the man quietly, "How long have they been here?" "The ones watching." "Too long," he said, voice rough like gravel. "Years. Maybe decades. They prey on anyone who gets too close. Search parties, hikers, people just trying to find their way out." His eyes flicked over my face, sharp and wary. "You're lucky I found you first." Lucky. The word tasted bitter. Lucky to be hunted? Lucky to be running blind through an endless forest with no signal, no way home? The path twisted again, narrower now, roots clawing through the earth like the gnarled fingers of something ancient. I stumbled, catching myself on a mossy trunk. The scent of damp decay was thick in the air, mingled with the faint, metallic tang of old blood. I shut my mouth tight, swallowing down a rising panic. At one point, the man stopped abruptly, holding up a hand. I froze. "Listen," he whispered. The forest held its breath. Thin, soft but unmistakable, a faint sound. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Not ours. My skin prickled, every nerve in my body screaming. The footsteps circled us, distant but close enough to send a shiver crawling down my spine. I glanced at the man. His jaw was clenched, eyes flicking left and right. "They're close," he muttered. "Closer than ever." I wanted to argue, to say we should turn back, to run the opposite direction, but the forest seemed to close in tighter with each second. The path behind us was swallowed by undergrowth, and the way forward was a dark, uncertain tunnel. I swallowed hard and forced myself to stay calm. What do they want? I asked. Why don't they just leave us alone? He shook his head. It's not about want. It's about control. This is their territory. They're scared of being found. Scared of losing what little they have. It felt like the words carried both warning and a strange sadness. People hiding in the shadows, afraid and desperate. I realized then that fear wasn't just mine, it was theirs too. We kept moving, slower now, the forest alive with unseen eyes. My hands trembled, fingers brushing leaves slick with moisture. The air was colder here, the damp seeping into my clothes and chilling me from the inside out. At some point, the man stopped again and pulled something from his jacket, a crumpled photograph, edges worn and stained. He handed it to me. It was a faded picture of a small group, smiling awkwardly. Search party members, I guessed. One face caught my eye, a woman with kind eyes and a nervous smile. Underneath, someone had scrawled a name, Mara. Found her, he said quietly. Not alive. His voice broke, just for a moment, before he masked it with a grim set of his jaw. They don't leave anyone. I folded the photograph slowly, feeling the weight of those lost souls pressing down on me. I thought about the people who had come before, searching for help or escape, swallowed by these woods and the silence they kept. A sudden rustle to my right made me jump. The man grabbed my arm, steadying me. Stay close, he hissed. We pressed on, the path curving sharply downward, the trees thinning just enough to reveal a faint glow ahead. Campfire embers? No, just a pale light of dawn breaking through the canopy. Relief flickered inside me, brief and fragile. Daylight. We reached a small clearing, the ground uneven and scarred. Old footprints pressed deep into the mud, and scattered belongings littered the earth, an empty water bottle, a torn sleeve, a dented backpack. Signs of struggle or flight. I knelt, running my fingers over the damp earth, tasting the cold air mixed with the sharp tang of fear. The man spoke softly. They leave this to warn others. Or maybe to lure them deeper. I looked up at him, eyes wide. Why would anyone do that? What purpose does this serve? He shook his head. To survive. To keep the forest theirs. We rested there a moment, the morning light filtering through leaves, casting long, trembling shadows. I felt hollow, tired, and strangely changed. I want to get out, I said, voice low. I want to go home. He nodded, understanding. We will. But not yet. Not until we're sure they're not behind us. We moved again, slower this time, more cautious. The forest seemed less hostile in the daylight, but the weight of what I'd learned clung to me like a second skin. The thought of people lurking just out of sight, watching, waiting, it was a kind of darkness that didn't fade with the sun. Hours passed. We found a narrow ridge overlooking the valley, the forest stretching out like an endless sea of green. For a moment, I let myself breathe it in, the cool wind, the distant calls of birds, the faint smell of pine and earth. Do you think they'll come after us? I asked. The man looked out over the trees, eyes distant. Maybe. Maybe not. But they always watch. Always wait. I swallowed, the taste of dust and fear still thick in my throat. The forest had taken something from me. Not my body, but my innocence, my trust that the world was safe. We finally reached the edge of the woods as the sun climbed higher, the path opening onto a dirt road where a lone car was parked. The man stopped, looked at me. This is where we part, he said quietly. From here, you're on your own." I nodded, heart pounding. "Thank you for everything." He gave me a small, weary smile. "Stay sharp. And don't trust the quiet." As he disappeared back into the shadows of the forest, I stood there for a long moment, watching the trees sway in the breeze. The road ahead was dusty, sunlit, and open. But nothing would ever feel the same again. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. I took a deep breath, tasting the sharp, clean air of the open road. The forest was behind me now, but the echoes of what I'd seen and heard lingered like a faint, uneasy whisper. People like us. But different. Watching. Waiting. The world outside those woods was bright and loud, but I carried that silence with me, heavy, unshakable, a reminder that some places don't want to be found. Some secrets don't want to be uncovered. And some hunters don't need tool to make you afraid. I started walking. Step by step, away from the forest, away from the shadows, toward a life I knew would never be quite the same.